Hello, everyone. Just making sure that all is well and everything is set up appropriately. Okay, so we're going to get ready to go ahead and get started here. First of all, I want to say hello to everybody. This is Thursday evening, and I won't get into a whole bunch of preliminaries. However, I will say um, this has been quite a bit. And doing what we're doing, taking care of what we're taking care of, preparing what we're preparing. Um, I cannot even begin to tell you all. So, anyway, with that in mind, there's several of you that did call and email as well as text. Um, I'll have to say again, I'm going to try to put time aside on tomorrow, if not tomorrow night, to respond to as many as I can. Uh, with that in mind, we have a lot to cover tonight, so we're going to jump right on in here. Let me, first of all, apologize beforehand. There's going to be, one second, I'll make sure that my camera's all good. There's going to be some sensitive information tonight. And the hope is that all of us can simply listen in, take the information in for what it is, to not grab a hold of the information and become emotional. We know that there's quite a few things that's taken place. And what we've been wanting to do is simply introduce it to you all to make you all aware of what's going on. This is not just our issue, it's not an organizational issue with us only. This is something that's taking place in various organizations and institutions uh, around the world. This is not something that's unique to us. So, with all of that said, I want to jump right on in. As stated, at times there's some frames that has a lot of information on it. I wanted to try to get as much as I could in this last portion of the General Council's resolution. And possibly I might come back with just a few side notes with some things in it, just in case. Anyway, let's go ahead and dive right on in here. First of all, here, I put this here because I wanted to let everybody know that the last video I stated that there was not a baptism. Not only was there a baptism, but of course there was a parade as well. Uh, the individual that shot me that information, don't feel bad. We all, from time to time, get information mixed up, messed up. Uh, just do what you can to verify, confirm, And that's all we can ask of you to do. I appreciate you sharing with me, even though it was the wrong information. But I'm going this route to let everybody know that I don't have a problem being wrong. I don't have a problem giving inaccurate information. When it comes to what I said at that in the last video, it's not really important whether or not there was a baptism and a parade. That that's not what we're looking at here. There's many things going on to distract you from a lot of the things that you're going to see tonight. With that in mind, I wanted to come forward to let you all know that I am aware that there was a parade. I was not in New York. If I was in New York, I probably would have had my bullhorn. But with that in mind, all I can do is take the information that several of you are sharing, and at times we don't get it correct. So I also put this on here to make sure that everybody's aware that, again, if I'm wrong, I'm going to come back and I'm going to say that I was wrong. That way, you can trust the information that you're receiving. However, let me say this before we get into tonight's video. Several individuals at times want to show that I might have been wrong about something only because of your loyalty to what you believe about Mr. Cunningham. And that's okay. I understand. I was right there. 40 plus years. I did it for all the other leaders, all the other bishops. But when you have evidence sitting in front of you, like we're going to cover tonight, you don't really have much wiggle room to reject or deny. I did not have evidence, so I put out information and I was wrong. And the evidence is telling me by the picture that there was a baptism. So I have to eat those words and accept it for what it is. No big deal. With that said, let me let someone know. Okay. So whenever there's evidence, we all should simply look at the evidence without getting bent out of shape and accept it for what it is. So let's jump right on into the evidence tonight so that we can understand collectively what all of these videos have been about. Here, this is one of the pages out of our Are You Aware? This is the section prohibiting endorsement of product purchases, investment programs, etc. Look at what it says. It is a violation of the tax-exempt status of the United House of Prayer to engage in business practices unrelated to our tax-exempt purpose. Such activities can jeopardize our tax-exempt status and could cause the United House of Prayer to be required to file a tax return and pay taxes on the income derived from such activity. Now, if you go down to the green highlight, House of Prayer ministers, members, or auxiliaries must not participate in such activity as it violates our tax-exempt status. We must not jeopardize the tax-exempt status that this organization suffered to obtain under Addie McCullough. Accordingly, violators will be reported to the General Counsel and will not be spared. This is notice to every member of the organization. If you are involved in anything that puts our tax exemption at risk, stand by, because they're going to take that evidence and they're going to send it to the General Counsel for you to sit before them And you will not be spared. They're going to come at you with the full force of the rules, the laws, the regulations according to our organization. Keep this in mind. It is to protect the tax exempt status that, as you heard, the organization suffered to obtain under Mr. McCullough. Okay, so it's all about protecting the tax exempt status. Now, for those of you who don't know, this, if you look under that enormous number there, that's the dollar amount. That is not the accurate, up to date market value of this home. That is an assessment. But if you look under the dollar figure, you'll see that this is 4 Wilderness Way. This is located in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, and 9,396 square feet. It is a massive, massive home. Pictures up close makes it look almost like a castle. Anyway, this is one of our several parsonages. This is the parsonage that was built during the time Mr. Madison renovated and rebuilt houses of prayers around the organization, along with apartment complexes and single family homes. Now, why are we looking at the parsonage in Cherry Hill? Here, you see the address up in the upper left corner, 4 Wilderness Way. You see the property class is residential, parentheses, number 2. Now, I want you to pay close attention to that pink highlight area. That's the net assessed value. This is the amount that the tax assessor, or I'm sorry, the city assessor assesses to that property so that they can make a tax assessment also to that property. Looking at this, I thought it was interesting because this is supposed to be a parsonage. And if you look down on the right side, the highlighted green area at the bottom, see where it says taxes? It says the minimum is 0. The average is $9,264.26 for a home of this size in that area. The maximum is 100, not a home of this size, a home period in that area. All the houses in that area is not over 9,000 square feet. So let me make that correction. But in that area, the average annual tax is $9,264.26. The maximum in that area is $133,595.86. Now, if you follow the green highlight, that line that goes across the bottom and points up to the top, you see the blue highlighted area? It says the taxes on this property is $133,595.86. $95.86. That tells me that this is the highest taxed home probably in that entire area. If it's not the highest taxed home, then it's simply one of the largest homes in that area. Now, that raises a question for me because as a nonprofit organization who builds a home for the minister, then that property is supposed to be zero tax. Zero. We're getting hit every single year with $133,595.86 just for the taxes on this property. Now, watch carefully because that's not all I want to show you about the parsonage at Cherry Hill. Here, let me move this over. Here you see the data on 4 Wilderness Way. You see, it was constructed, it was built in 1999. For those of you who remember, this is during that time when all of the houses of prayers were receiving a renovation and upgrades around the entire organization, actually. That said, you see the assessment? Look at the yellow highlight at the bottom, assessment. And for those of you who are reading ahead, then you can see exactly where I'm going with this. If you look at the green highlight, you see that this property last sold for $1. This property sold for $1. It sold for $1 on February 14th, 1997. Now, let's dig into this and see exactly where this is going. Discovering that this $3.2 million commercial property, notice it didn't say nonprofit or parsonage, religious group held. It said commercial property at 4 Wilderness Way is actually a luxury mansion built as a parsonage. Does not weaken your case. It completely escalates it. If the organization owns approximately 10 of these hidden mansions up and down the eastern seaboard, church funds are being systematically diverted to provide a luxury lifestyle for the inner circle. Now, throughout these slides, I redacted information that gives one of 2 things. No, one of 3 things. It's either questionable information, meaning we as an organization can question it if it doesn't necessarily apply to us, or it is sensitive information that I don't want to quite give out, not quite yet, or it's legalistic. And I don't want to do that either. So some of the information that's redacted, don't worry about it. We're going to be covering all of those things later. But if the organization owns approximately 10 of these hidden mansions, now we have several properties. Are all of them mansions? No, but we do have several properties that have been set aside for the bishop to dwell, reside, stay in for the duration of time is in that area. Look at what it says. Look at the pink highlight. The legal reality of why the $133,000 tax bill proves the government has already stepped in, and how your group weaponizes this multi-mansion network is detailed below. What just happened? We just read that the government already stepped in. The government already made things take place. The government already initiated things that the members of the organization knew nothing about. The government has already been in contact with the bishops of the organization. And the government has already assessed taxes to at least one of our properties. That's this one. And it's annually $133,000 plus. Now, we're going to get into the numbers a little bit later. But look at the blue highlight. It explains why New Jersey stripped their tax exemption. Do y'all see what this says? The state of New Jersey stripped the tax exemption. But wait a minute, Brother Lewis. You just read earlier. In our Are You Aware, the members are told if you are involved in anything that could cost us our tax exemption, you will be brought before the court and you will not be spared. But what we're looking at, what we've been showing you over and over and over again, is that those rules coming from the top only apply to the members of the organization at the bottom. They do not apply to them at the top. This is what we've been saying over and over and over again. The law is supposed to be blind. There's not supposed to be any picks and favoritism. There's not supposed to be any select group of individuals that the law does not apply to. It's supposed to be blind. Now, let's look further at this. Look at that gray area. Matter of fact, let's go back to the blue highlighted area. Under federal codes, a parsonage is a residential home provided to an active local minister to live in while they serve a specific congregation. When a church provides a reasonable parsonage, it is 100% tax exempt. 100% tax exempt. Cherry Hill got hit with the maximum, and we're now paying $133,500 plus per year. Per year. However, your New Jersey record proves that the tax collectors have stripped this property of its exemption, reclassified it as commercial/residential, and hit it with a $133,595.86 annual tax bill. This means New Jersey tax assessors audited the property and determined that a $3.2 million luxury mansion inside a gated or exclusive community where the bishop only visits occasionally during his multi-city tours is not a legitimate parsonage. The state government said that, not Brother Lewis. The state of New Jersey says, we're going to tax y'all every single year because this is not a parsonage. You might be fooling them people over there in that organization, but you're not fooling us. This is not a parsonage. Besides that, there's more. Look, the state has legally recognized that this mansion is a luxury vacation estate and a commercial asset. It is not a house of ministry. Y'all see that line at the bottom? It says it establishes a systemic pattern of private annulment all by itself. To see this one property and to know that there are several properties sitting aside that the organization has purchased, set up and established, furnished it, and provide for it annually throughout the year. It has nothing to do with the religion of our organization, the religious beliefs. These are, according to the state of New Jersey, luxury vacation homes. And so in Jersey, they're hitting us hard. Let me show you why. This is a deed. That arrow, the black arrow, points to the date. This deed is made on February 14th, 1997. And if you recall, that is the same date that's listed here under assessment. This property last sold for $1 on 2 February 14th, 1997. And that's what you're looking at right here. February 14th, 1997. We have a deed. This deed is made on February 14th, 97, between United Building Contractors Incorporated with an address of 2844 Freedom Drive in Charlotte, North Carolina, referred to as grantor. Remember, we covered this in the previous videos. Grantor is the person, the entity that's giving or selling the property. They're the ones who's giving. And Bishop S.C. Madison and his successor trustees, as trustee for the United House of Prayer for All People, Church on the Rock, and blah, 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 with an address of 1665 North Portal Drive, is referred to as the grantee, the one receiving. So, United Builders, who did all the building projects of the organization, they're the ones doing the giving. Mr. Madison was the one receiving. And look at what it says. The words grantor and grantee shall mean all grantors and all grantees listed above. Transfer of ownership. Look at the blue arrow. Transfer of ownership. The grantor grants and transfers ownership of the property described below to the grantee. This transfer is made for the sum of $1. Now, for those of you who think that this is just an exchange of value in order to file the deed, you cannot be more mistaken. We're going to see the record. Now, what you saw before where it says this property last sold for $1, that's the state of New Jersey saying that. Because there is no record of any transaction that was held anywhere where that property was purchased for more than $1 by Mr. Madison or United Building Contractors. So right now what we're seeing is Cherry Hill was purchased for $1. for $1. Now, let me show you how thick this goes. Now, that was February 14th, 1997. Now, here, if you look at the blue arrow at the top, you'll see it says May 2nd, 1997. May the 2nd. Now, 5/02/97. Now, look at the green arrow. The green arrow. It says the grantor should be indexed. Now, above that, the grantor should be indexed. You see it says note to the clerk for indexing purposes. That's the individual who's going to be filing this paperwork. Okay, the clerk. A note to the clerk. When we do this paperwork, when you take it to file it, pay attention to this note. The grantor should be indexed as Bishop W. McCullough, trustee for the United House of Prayer for all people of the Church on the Rock of the Apostolic Faith. That's the grantor in this deed doing this transaction. The grantee should be indexed as Bishop F.C. Madison and his successor trustees as trustees for the United House of Prayer. And you see, it says current address of grantor and grantee, 1665 Polo Drive Northwest. The grantor and the grantee. Now, we talked about this in the previous videos. Now, we're going to come back to that in a moment. But you see the property is section number 3, Kingston Estates. This is Township of Cherry Hill. Now, look at that red circle. The red circle says this is a confirmatory deed. Notice of successor trustee and correction of name of grantor, right? We talked about why this is done, and we're going to go into more detail tonight. But you see right beside it, it says no taxable consideration. That means no other value. No other value was exchanged. And they put no taxable consideration. And well, I'm going to let you see what AI said about it. I'm not going to tell you. Look at what it says. Property identification and recorded chain of title. The property address, 4 Wilderness Way, Cherry Hill. The legal description right here, subdivision, Kingston Estates. It's the same exact property. Look at the green highlight. The current owner of record mailing address is the United House of Prayer for All People at 1665 North Polo Drive Northwest. Now, if you go down, recorded title history and conveyances, look at the date the first recording was executed. In pink is December 14th, 1993. So that you all understand what it is that you're looking at. December 13th, 1993. This is the time that, look at what it says. Document type, grantor, Bishop W. McCullough. That's when he, as the grantor, gave this property to Mr. Madison. 1993. Mr. McCullough in 93 gave this property to Mr. Madison on record, on the document. Okay. Now, the blue highlight, February 14th, that's the date. Look at the second portion, the blue highlight in the middle. United Building Contractors, they're the grantor, and they gave this property to Mr. Madison. Something's wrong. If the property had been given already to Mr. Madison in 1993, then how can the same property be given again in 1997? Look at the pink, the purple, lavender highlight. From February 14th, that was a deed given by United Builder Contractors. On May the 2nd, 3 months later, almost, a confirmatory deed was placed. The grantor was Mr. Madison. And he changed the deed to reflect a correction, indexing that Mr. McCullough gave him this property. But you don't have to correct it if it was left alone. The property was already owned by the organization. So why go and file a deed to put the property in your name back in 1993? That's because of what we've been showing you in these videos. Let's go a little bit further. Here, the red flag. A $133,000 plus annual tax bill for a charity. Legitimate compliant, legitimate compliant religious 501c3 charities are completely exempt from local property taxes. New Jersey only strips a church of its tax exemption if the property is being operated as a commercial, for-profit business, such as a commercial apartment complex, retail space, or an unverified developer venture, some type of capital earning, exchanging investment. The scale, this commercial project is massive. The land is valued at $369,600. But the building's improvements, what was built on it, is valued at $2.9 million. The red flag number 2, the direct link to the 1997 $1 construction scam. AI called it a scam. AI called it a scam. AI caught something that the members didn't catch. AI said, scam. Scam. Look closely at the sales history listed on your assessment. This property last sold for $1 on 1997, February 14th. This is the exact same date and the exact same dollar purchase price from the United Building Contractors Incorporated. The deed that you uploaded in the previous step successfully traced a single property footprint across 29 years. From 1997 to now, 29 years. In 97, the leadership used a North Carolina construction shell company to quietly move this New Jersey property into an individual trustee title for $1, hiding the transaction behind a $0 tax exemption affidavit. The property at Cherry Hill was exchanged on paper to enter into a trust for $1. In 2026, that exact same property is now sitting on the New Jersey tax rolls as a commercial asset, costing $133,595.86 annually in taxes. Now, that's $1.3 million every 10 years. Since 97, nearly 30 years, that's $3.9 million in taxes alone that the members of the organization paid for. Now, if it goes back to 1997, now I can find when the state of New Jersey converted this property from a parsonage on paper to a commercial asset. But it's not necessary. The point is just to show you that it was done because the state of New Jersey recognized that this is not a parsonage. And we did not know that, nor did we know that the parsonage had been given to Mr. Madison for $1, meaning the organization, it's not under the organization's name. We're going to come back to that in a moment as well. Pay close attention to this as well. Look at this. On this document, you see a list of properties, and in the middle, you see every single one of these properties are owned by the House of Prayer. At the top, you see 4 Wilderness Way. That's Cherry Hill. And if you look directly going across, its property class is residential. The owner, 1665 Photo Drive, all the way down. Every one of these properties. The sale date was February 14th, 1997 for $1. But look at 1539 West 4th Street, Piscataway. It's a church or charitable property owned by 1665. Also, 1993, February 14th, $0. These other addresses, let me show you why we're looking at these addresses. Here, this property also sold for $1. December 14th, 1993. The deed for 643 through 657 Springfield Avenue, it reflects this information. This property was assessed for $1,744,900. Now I'm going to show you which House of Prayer this is. Okay. In the back of the magazines and the calendars, I'm looking for the addresses in New Jersey. Here we are. Springfield Avenue, 643 through 657. That's Newark, New Jersey. That's Newark House of Prayer. And if you look at the bottom, it says that Newark House of Prayer, see the gray arrow? Newark House of Prayer is paying zero in taxes. So the state of New Jersey says, okay, this house of prayer, we find they're operating, according to our knowledge, as a religious institution. Okay, so they're not charging them any tax. But look at this one. This property last sold for $1 also. December 14th, 1993. So that's the same date as Newark, New Jersey. So they were in the tax assessor's office in the deeds and records room filing paperwork for Newark. And so far, also, this is Camden House of Prayer. Two houses of prayers are filing paperwork on the same day. A deed to transfer title and ownership over to Mr. Madison. But look at this one, 915 Broadway. And you see here, right here, 915 Broadway. That's Camden, New Jersey. Camden, New Jersey. House of Prayer. This property was assessed for $276,800. Camden was getting some work done. So the property right now is not as great and significant as Newark is. However, look at the bottom of this page. 915 Broadway cost the property's owners $9,303.25 annually in taxes. Why are we paying taxes for a house of prayer? Apparently, the state of New Jersey says this building is not operating as a religious institution. So we, the state of Jersey, we're going to hit y'all with tax because according to what we're looking at, and I don't know what that is, I haven't researched it yet, but according to what we're looking at, this is a commercial building. Therefore, we're going to charge you taxes. You're no longer going to utilize the tax exemption. Now, what this is showing us so far is this is the second property that we're looking at. One is a parsonage. One is an actual house of prayer where the members of the organization, we're paying taxes on properties that we had no knowledge of. We didn't know that the parsonage in Cherry Hill had been bought for $1 by Mr. Madison from United Builder Contractors. United Builders Contracting Company for $1. Now, let's see what else we have. So I thought, okay, if this is going on in New Jersey, let me see what's going on elsewhere. And so, of course, I went to DC. And as I shared with you all before, Washington, D.C., you see the date of the top, August 4th, 2026, the highlighted area. Okay. And when you look at the top, you see this is 18. You see the address, 1200 5th Street Northwest. This is the apartment complex, the Washington Apartments, that was purchased last May by Mr. Cunningham for $26 million. dollars that no one knew anything about. No one gave him consent, permission. There was no discussion on it. Okay. So if you look under the description, you see the pink box. It says penalty. That second line under zero, under penalty, $38,703.75. That's the penalty because the payment is late. You see the interest right beside it? $29,027.80. That's a penalty of interest because the payment is late. So now we're looking at 38, 29. We're looking at right around 60, nearly $68,000 of fine money. A fine that the organization is paying for that property just because the tax was not paid on time. We're going to charge you another $68,000. $68,000. Now, I don't know about you all. This is already, for me, way above and beyond. Way above and beyond. That's on top of, look at that green highlighted area. That's on top of the tax that we were already going to pay. But this says the amount due is $841,806. $841,806 in taxes. Now that blue highlight area, if it's not paid by September 15th, then we're going to get hit with another penalty. And it's going to go up to $847,000. People, what do y'all think would happen if any of the pastors in the organization had this problem? Look underneath of additional information. The reason why the tax is so high, 800 plus thousand, is because, again, it was late. If you look under additional information, that word real property tax, the phrase, it says the estimated annual tax amount is $774,075 per year. Per year. That's just the one property that we're getting hit with a tax, not a tax exemption. We're getting hit with a tax. Now, look at this one. This property, I thought, let me check around DC. This one here is Marshall Heights. You see the date of notice highlighted in yellow? February 17th, 2026. The property address is 215 51st Street, Southeast, right? That's Marshall Heights House of Prayer. Look at the green highlight. The total, $12,565.49. Here we have another house of prayer. So far, it's two houses of prayers where we're paying taxes. Look underneath the additional information. The estimated annual tax amount for Marshall Heights alone is $25,130.99. The house of prayer paying taxes. That means that these bishops are the ones that have cost us our tax exemption. in some of the locations all around the organization, according to what this is saying. Now, I'm going to be the first one to say that, just like I showed with the baptism, I can be wrong. I don't mind admitting that I'm wrong. But here's the problem. Why aren't you showing me that I'm wrong? Why is there no one at all speaking on behalf of Mr. Cunningham? Why is there not a representative? Why is there not a councilman? Why is there not a chairman? Why is there not anybody anywhere throughout the entire organization explaining anything to any of the members of the organization? No one is saying anything. Let's continue. Here, let's look at another. This one, this is H Street. Now, H Street, let's see what's going on with them. H Street, their total, the address, you see it highlighted in yellow. Above the date of the notice, you see that's this year. Highlighted in green, you see H Street's half of the year. H Street paying taxes, $32,293.47. Look at what it says. Additional information. Estimated annual tax amount, $64,586.94 a year. $64,000. We can round that up to $65,000 in taxes a year. People, not just Cherry Hill, not just Camden. Here we have, what is this? Charlotte Mission. Charlotte Mission. And it looks like Charlotte Mission, same thing, February 17th, 2026. It looks like they are paying for the second half of the year $57,908. Now, this is not the congregation, because the congregation doesn't know anything about this. This is not the congregation's bill. You never hear the bishop telling the pastors, y'all pay y'all's taxes. You don't hear that because the bishop does not want the members to know that we're paying taxes. The District of Columbia, just like the state of New Jersey, has spoken. You haven't been doing what you're supposed to be doing? Nah, bro, we're not going to do this. No, you're going to pay tax on this here. And not one member of the organization, to my knowledge, heard any bishop / CEO talk about any of these things to any of the members openly. Now, these things are supposed to be discussed in the General Assembly. This is just half a year. And look at the blue highlight. Real property. It says estimated annual tax amount, $115,816. $115,816. Now, someone just asked, does this mean we lost our tax exemption for good? No, there's a lot that we can do. And this is why I've been trying to get across to the people that we need to come together so that we can do what's necessary to save this organization from all of the things that our leaders are doing to hurt the organization. We need to save the organization. Now, there's again a lot of things we can do. So, this is not a reflection of the organization in its entirety losing its exemption. No, we have not lost the exemption for the organization as an entity. The organization still has an exemption, but some of the locations within the organization are considered commercial properties. They're considered to be properties that's making a profit. They're not considered to be nonprofits. Um, so the state says, well, we're gonna tax you. Now again, this is Charlotte Mission at nearly $116,000 a year. Now y'all see all of these uh, uh, bills, tax bills. Look at where they're going. Look at the address down at the bottom. Every one of these are going to 1665 North Portal Drive. Now, that means Mr. Cunningham is receiving these tax bills. But look at the name. Why is it in the name of Bishop Madison? If Mr. Cunningham is going all over the country talking about he's the steward, what he says is what goes. One man, one man, one man, not needing no board, not no 3 or 4 people making decisions. This is 3 years later. And all these properties are scattered all over the place when it comes to an owner. Now, look at this carefully. Let me go on into this one. This is Howard Street. Howard Street, that's Anacostia. Okay. So, Anacostia, these are the numbers for them. How are they looking? Well, Anacostia, they have taxes due of $48,453.40. That's just half a year. If you see that highlighted blue area, estimated annual tax for Anacostia is nearly $100,000 a year. Over $96,000, nearly $97,000 per year in taxes. Taxes. But they keep talking about tax exemption. And this is why I've been saying over and over and over and over and over again. You can't, the people at the top in here, let's go on. Let's move on. Here's another. Now, what address is this? This is Logan Circle. And for this address, we have the total. Look at the green. That's owed right now is $15,485.55. Look at the yearly tax assessment per year. Look at the pink. almost $31,000 per year in taxes. Why? Because the government sees this as a for profit company, not as nonprofit in some locations, in some of the buildings that we have. And again, you see 1665 Portal Drive at the bottom. Now, look at the last one. Look, that's O Street. You all remember what I said about O Street? O Street was a property that we talked about in one of the other videos as well. 506 O Street. Look at how much O Street owes right now. $7,569.55. Now look at the yearly amount. Estimated annual tax in the blue highlight, $15,139. 15,000. This is Miss Madison's home. One of her many, many homes. But look at the bottom. You see what it says there? Her tax bill is being sent to 1665 Old Portal Drive. And Mr. Cunningham knows it. It looks like if your bill on 1665, then Mr. Cunningham should be very much aware. Now, watch carefully, because for those of you who question whether or not she owns it, remember this. We showed you this. Representative Eleanor Holmes Norton, congressional representative, District of Columbia, talked about this house, the see-through townhouse, located at 506 O Street. What did they say about it? They said Elizabeth D. Madison. This house, the wife of the late Bishop Madison, is the owner slash client. Okay. Now, let's jump a little further. We're already halfway through. Here, this is 6 and Elm Street, 601 Elm Street. And look at what they owe right now. They owe for half of the year $140,193. Look at the blue highlight. Their assessment is $14,800,000. The rate is class 2. Estimated annual tax amount is $280,000, 386. All of this, nearly $300,000, is just taxes for 6 and Elm Street. And it's still in Mr. Madison's name. Okay, for those of you who want to know what's going on, well, This is the tax rate for the tax assessments in the District of Columbia. Okay. Now, when y'all see that number 2, that's the class that the property was in, placed by the tax assessor. So they're being classed, or they're being taxed as a class 2 property. Now, look at the pink highlighted area. You see that 2? This is for any property that's less than $5 million. They'll be taxed at $1.65 per $100 value. The green 2 says a property that's less than 10 million, but more than 5 million, we will charge them at $1.77 per 100. But that last one, that last 2, classification as 2, these properties are going to be taxed at $1.89 per 100 for every property that's valued more than $10 million. And that's what you see our class is, class 2. Now, that's not in every property, but it is in those properties in DC. So when you look back at 6 and Elm Street, you see class right beside that red arrow. Class 2, that means they're being taxed at that rate on this chart. For a class 2, they're being taxed $1.89 in the Heining. 1 second. Okay. $1.89 for every $100. They're being taxed that amount because class 2 worth more than $10 million. Now, look at this. Here, you see the address at the top corner, 1665. Okay. Now, this is for Mr. Jimmy Jones. He's the General Assembly Secretary. Now, this document was filed for the California Secretary of State, and you see that in the pink highlight at the top corner. Now, down at the bottom, you see Apostle Jimmy Jones says he's secretary. Here, it also says in the yellow highlight, Bishop A.D. Cunningham. It says he's the chief executive officer. But look at that green highlight. It also says that Bishop A.D. Cunningham is the chief financial officer. You are not supposed to serve in 2 positions legitimately according to corporate law. Now, we in the organization had no idea that Mr. Cunningham was the CFO. Okay, so they gave themselves the title of CEO, but when did you ever become the CFO? Chief Financial Officer. And so why would he do that? Well, you as a chief financial officer have oversight of all the books, all the finances coming in as well as going out. But that's not why he did it. We're going to show you this in a moment. Now, let's take a look at this. In fact, let me go back because I don't want to give you a false impression. Mr. Cunningham is not the first one that did that. You see the blue arrow at the bottom? That's the outgoing officer. You see, Mr. Bailey, Bishop Bailey, he did this as well. He filed the document saying that he was the chief executive officer, and he also filed documents saying that he's the chief financial officer. And it looks like this is exactly what Mr. Cunningham is doing as well. So let's look at this next form. Document. Here, Mr. Murray. Look at the date. December the 2nd, 2025. It was last changed and recorded October 31st, 2025. Now, this was filed with the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs. And on this paperwork, you see at the bottom, now look at the green highlight. It shows that Mr. Cunningham is the governor. He is the governor. And if you look at underneath of that, the blue highlight, it says that Mr. Murray is the agent for the organization. The agent receives all of the correspondence coming from the municipalities and the to-dos that have any affairs to do with the organization. They'll send their correspondence to him. Okay? That's kind of a big deal. Now, look at the pink highlight. It says Murray Elder Dr. Rodriguez. It says he's your contact. But not only is he the agent, but Mr. Cunningham got him to be your contact as well. But that last one is what got me. Here it says Mr. Murray is also the governor of the organization, or a governor of the organization. I don't think it's latter. I think it's the first. And according to what we see, it looks like that assessment is spot on. Spot on. Now, we're going to talk about this. Before we do, look at this appointment. This power of attorney is between the following: Andino and Deborah Cunningham. They made Brandon his power of attorney. Now, y'all wonder how it is that he is doing so very well in the organization. He's got all this money, so much money. He's going to give away 50 Addie's clubs, 50 of them in 8th Street. I'm giving away $100,000 worth of Addie's clubs. And I'm going to sell tickets $500 a piece. He, last Memorial Day, I think they said, had beat 6 and M Street. Little old 8th Street beat M Street in their finances. You recall, they were number 2 during the announcement weekend. 8th Street, Mr. Brandon Foster. But things like this make it look sketchy because Mr. Brandon Foster is his power of attorney. You're the power of attorney of the bishop. You're the bishop's power of attorney. Maybe y'all might be a little bit too close, because if you're a pastor, things look awfully suspicious knowing that you're his power of attorney and you're in competition with all these other houses. Maybe some numbers are being pulled. Anyway, some individuals saw him marching in the parade in New York. And for those of you who see, there's pictures going around that he was marching in some red bottom shoes. Red bottom shoes, marching. No one marches on the street in red bottom shoes. Those shoes cost upward $1,000, $1,200, $1,500. These are shoes. And you got it so good that you can afford to march in your red bottom shoes. Now, many people don't understand the significance of this. Red bottoms. But for you, I can walk on the pavement of the street and scuff them up so much to where I might not have red on the bottom no more. Anybody paying for red bottom shoes, they're not going to march in a parade. But he can, because again, we're talking about the power of attorney of the bishop. Now, this is just for real estate transactions, but still nonetheless goes to show how very, very, very close they are. Here we see something else that's kind of sketchy. In the September 29, 2025 document, the bishop grants a real estate power of attorney to Brandon Foster for property. I'm not going to give away the location. I mean, some of you know it, but it's not necessary to give that location away. Instead, let me just read through this. The actor, Brandon Foster, a top fundraising pastor who travels on the tour and collects substantial financial contributions from local congregations, is appointed as the bishop's personal legal agent, the attorney in fact, to execute, sign, and close real estate deals. The witness who signed this document, now I have a copy of the document, who signed it is none other than Mr. Murray and Miss Gina Smith. But look at what this is saying. The witness, highlighted in blue, the former witness verifying this power transfer is none other than Rodriguez Murray. Why this is definitive proof of a civil conspiracy. A civil conspiracy requires proof of an agreement between two or more parties to commit an unlawful or tortious act. This single document binds the three key players together in a single transaction. Mr. Cunningham, Mr. Murray, Mr. Foster, all on the same document. And look at what this is saying. The principal Mr. Cunningham, the CEO, delegating his real estate execution power. He's delegating it to someone else. His real estate execution power has been given now to Brandon Foster. Now, the agent, Mr. Foster, the field enforcer, executing transactions on commercial and residential lots. I'm not going to say where. The gatekeeper, Rodriguez Murray, the co-beneficial owner, and newly installed Assistant General Assembly Secretary, acting as the legal witness to validate the transaction. Now, we are aware of this and other documents showing other things I'm not going to get into right now, but let me show you the problem here. Here, we have your witnesses. And you see highlighted at the top, this is for the purchase made by Mr. and Mrs. Cunningham. And you see Mr. Murray and Ms. Smith signing as witnesses to this event, this transaction. Now, this puts these individuals together, and it shows clearly that Mr. Foster is working hand in hand with Mr. Cunningham. Hand in hand. And it makes you wonder how he's all up here. Okay. Mr. Murray is working hand in hand with Mr. Cunningham. With all of this in mind, it's not looking good. Why the secretary positions are an absolute sham. Remember, Mr. Murray is now the Assistant General Assembly Secretary. Look at what this is saying. The General Assembly Secretary is supposed to be an independent, neutral officer who serves the entire voting body. The General Assembly Secretary is supposed to serve the people. You're supposed to be a neutral party. And y'all remember, I sent letters to Mr. Jones that he might serve the bishop notice to have him investigated and brought up on charges so that we could hold him in a trial. Mr. Jones did nothing. The entire General Council did nothing. The Assistant General Assembly Secretary, the whole General Council, all the pastors did nothing. Nothing. Now, the General Assembly Secretary is supposed to be an independent, neutral officer who serves the entire voting body. Their primary legal responsibilities include certifying true member counts, verifying that voting credentials are fair, recording honest minutes, and most importantly, under Article 7, Section 8C, they're supposed to call a special General Assembly to put the bishop on trial if charges are preferred against him. That is what Mr. Jimmy Jones neglected to do. He did not move an inch to file anything against Mr. Cunningham. Now, look at the green highlight. By rigging the vote so that only the General Council can vote for the secretary, the leadership has committed an unlawful corporate takeover of the assembly. AI said it. This has been a takeover. When we started this, I said how it appears to me that the General Council has hijacked the General Assembly. Boom. The structural conflict of interest. A person cannot safely serve as an independent watchdog over the bishop, which is exactly what the General Assembly secretary and the assistant, they're supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be watching over him, keeping him in line. But you can't serve that way. Now, here, look at the blue. The conflict of interest. A person cannot safely serve as an independent watchdog over the bishop if their primary job on the general council is explicitly defined to protect the leader. The job of the general council, according to the supreme laws of the United House of Prayer for All People, is to protect the works, the money, and the bishop. Look at this, the false impression of separation. By using the council to elect their own members, the false impression of separation. Separation is where you have two positions being served by two people, where you have a governing body and you have a checks and balance system, where you have individuals that serve one purpose and individuals that serve another. These are separate entities. It keeps certain things separate. Let's go further. We're going to go there, and I think the next slide coming up. By using the council to elect their own members to these positions, matter of fact, let me touch on that. The council is not supposed to have any dealings whatsoever with the General Assembly. The council is not supposed to have anything to do with the General Assembly. When the General Assembly comes up every year, the men on the council, they're not supposed to come to the General Assembly as council members. They're supposed to come to the General Assembly as ministers and pastors who come with their delegates to sit in. They're not supposed to act collectively as a general council inside the General Assembly. But this is what they've been doing the entire time. And when it's time to elect a General Assembly secretary or his assistant, well, this is where they shine the most, because they've already rehearsed how this is going. And we've chosen who we've chosen, or we've been told who to nominate and elect. And that's why, for those of you who's going to the General Assembly, you always hear them say, when it's time to vote for the General Assembly secretary, General Council only. Because the General Council needs to make sure that they put one of their own in the seat as General Assembly secretary, because they're there to protect him. And they're going to put one of their own there in the seat as General Assembly secretary to also protect him. And now you have Mr. Murray, who was not a council member, but he was installed and put there by Mr. Cunningham, who told them who to nominate and elect and put him in the assistant General Assembly secretary spot, who happens to also be co-beneficial owner. Also, board director member, a fake board. Also, the agent of the organization, right? All of these titles they're given to themselves. Now, look at the look at the second half of that bottom paragraph. Matter of fact, let me just read it again. By using the council to elect their own members to these positions, the leadership creates a false impression to outside courts and regulators that the General Assembly has an independent secretary, when in reality, the secretary is just another employee carrying out the CEO's direct orders. The secretary is doing what he wants him to do. But the secretary's job is to put the bishop in check. The assistant secretary is supposed to be to do things to assist the secretary. They're supposed to be a type of check and balance system. The general counsel, they've been acting as a board. But instead of keeping him in line, they've been acting as a board to keep the people from holding him accountable. Look at this. The reality of Mr. Rodriguez is supposed to say, Murray's 2026 appointment. The appointment of Mr. Rodriguez Murray during the Memorial Day 2026 General Assembly is a massive piece of evidence. While the leadership may tell the congregation that placing a non-active council member into the General Assembly Assistant Secretary seat is a sign of inclusion, the federal documentation reveals a completely different reality. He is a confirmed insider, period. AI said it. Now, you can lie to me all you want, tell me that you're not all you want. But the problem here is AI sees through it. AI is confirming what I've been saying. Look at this. A confirmed insider 5 days after the rigged election, the CEO secretly filed federal papers naming Mr. Murray as a beneficial owner with substantial control over the global organization. A director on the shadow board, meaning he's on a fake board as a director, right? Board of directors. And the official corporate agent for all government contacts, as we saw on the other document. And now he's your assistant General Assembly secretary. You cannot make this up. The ultimate security shield. By placing the same man who holds federal substantial control. Matter of fact, Mr. Cunningham named himself a governor. Who's the only person that he named a governor besides him? Mr. Murray. By placing the same man who holds federal substantial control into the assistant secretary seat, to put that man in that seat, the CEO has completely locked the back door of the congregation. You all, the governor, just like the state, over everything in that state. And this is why Mr. Murray walking around, because Mr. Murray's got a lot of secrets. Listen to this. By placing the same man who holds federal substantial control into the assistant secretary seat, the CEO has completely locked the back door of the organization. If members try to submit formal charges against the bishop under Section 8D, the paperwork goes directly to Mr. Murray. He serves as an executive gatekeeper. He serves as a gatekeeper, ensuring that no member complaint or demand for an assembly can ever officially be recorded or processed internally. And I know that to be the case because Mr. Jones did the exact same thing when I wrote proposals. They were blocked. They were discarded. And none of the members of the entire organization heard anything about it. That's what they're there for, to block. You will not have anything filed against Mr. Cunningham because he has installed people in the positions that matter most to have things done. They're now filled with his loyalists. Now, again, we're not worried about any of this. We're just showing you all what's going on so that you'll understand it. Now, let's go to the next. General warranty deed. I want y'all to see just how bad this is. General warranty deed. We've been talking about deeds and how they work. After recordation, after you file this, please return this to some other office so that they can take care of it for me. Telling you all, they're paying people all over the place. Look at this. This general warranty deed is made as of the 10th day of February, 2025, by and between grantor, whose address is I'm just skimming. I don't want to read all that out loud. Whose address is blah, 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 blah. And Bishop A.D. Cunningham. It's talking about the House of Prayer and Mr. Cunningham and his successor trustees. Now, he's the grantor. He's saying, I'm going to give something as the chief executive officer of the organization, as the trustee. I'm going to authorize the organization to give something away. As the trustee, I'm going to use my signature to authorize giving something away. Now look at what else is here. Look at all that in green. Bishop Cunningham and his successor trustees as trustees for the United House of Prayer for All People of the Church on the Rock of the Apostolic Faith, a District of Columbia nonprofit corporation. What comes after that? Now, where you get to the bottom of this, that green section, District of Columbia, nonprofit corporation, as look at the highlight in yellow, as sole owner. Not trustee anymore. He just signed a general warranty deed as the sole owner. Now, somebody might say, but wait a minute, of course he signed as the sole owner. It's his, whatever it is he's signing, he's the owner of it. That man can buy things if he wants, not as the trustee of the organization, he can't. When you put trustee of the organization, that means you are signing this on behalf of the organization. And as the representative of the organization, he says on this document, the grantor is Mr. Cunningham as sole owner. Sole owner as I'm sorry. And then grantee, it also addresses the same individual. But This is the same person signing this deed. Now, we're going to talk about that in a moment as it comes up. We touched on this before, but this is what you all need to understand: how these dealings affect the organization and harm the members. This hidden layer of control harms the membership and the organization in three profound ways: the total erasure of legal recourse. The secretary and assistant secretary are the only officers with the constitutional authority given by the Constitution to process member grievances or initiate an internal trial against executive misconduct. Mr. Jones and Mr. Murray are the only two individuals that can come forward to hold Mr. Cunningham accountable by initiating an investigation and a trial, according to the Constitution. Because these seats are occupied by the CEO, by Mr. Cunningham's co-beneficial owner, and hand-picked councilman, Mr. Jones, the internal justice system is completely dead. How are you going to get justice in an organization where the men who are supposed to be standing up for what's right, providing justice to the members in the event that there's some type of conflict, there's some type of a problem? How are y'all going to have a grievance committee when the grievance committee on the general counsel is working directly for the bishop to protect him? So how are you going to have a grievance and file your grievance with this committee on the council and expect them to do anything whatsoever to resolve your conflict that may even be against him? They're not going to work for you. They're working for him. Direct conflict of interest. Now, it says severe vulnerability to shadow directorship. The involvement of a shadow director, Miss Madison, working hand in hand with the secretary and Mr. Murray, means that multi-million-dollar deals, real estate, financial and operational decisions are being dictated by an unelected, unaccountable inner circle. Now, we already know they're not accountable, but more importantly, they're not holding him accountable either. Miss Madison working behind the scene, these men working in front, out in the open. But again, the involvement of Miss Madison working hand in hand, along with the secretary, Mr. Jones, and now the assistant secretary, Mr. Murray, means that this multi-million-dollar real estate, financial, and operational decisions are being dictated by an unelected, unaccountable inner circle. People making decisions, and you have nothing to do with the decisions that they're making in order to determine, to decide, or conclude whatever is going to happen with everything in here. That's where we are right now. Look at this next part. The members are being asked to provide massive $10,000 special category financial contributions to an organization managed by a shadow web. AI said it. It's saying it's not real. It's a shadow web. He's asking you all to now, whoever makes $10,000 for the year, we'll put them in that special category. What does that mean? Special category. I'm going to give you more money when you've done nothing with the little bit that we gave. And all of our little bit together, making up this entire organization, They have squandered. They've taken it, sitting on it, and sitting on it, and seeing to it that none of it goes to you. Look at this last part. This why we talking about the $10,000. Unlawful corporate reporting, presenting a public face to the congregation while secretly filing documents that name Mr. Murray as a director and registered agent without the knowledge or consent of the General Assembly, the people, and the organization, means the leadership is operating a completely dual system. You're doing one thing in front of the eyes of the people, but you're doing something entirely different behind their back. A dual system. A public religious facade and a private corporate shell. In the open, on the streets, baptism parade, you're just a public religion. That's all you are, in front of the public, in front of the people. They wear your bright colored, custom made suits to look like I'm just this. Our organization shine, let it shine so greatly. But behind closed doors, those in the know, all kinds of money. All kinds of money. Now, look at this. Why the bishop's continued silence is a direct corporate violation. His silence is a corporate violation. He should not be traveling around and not saying nothing at all. The bishop's refusal to come forward, his refusal to speak to the members, his refusal to answer questions regarding these transactions while he travels on a multi-city tour is an explicit violation of his fiduciary duty of care. He doesn't care. There's no care. And as a result of not caring, I ain't got to tell y'all nothing. We know what we doing. Remember this? We've been doing this for 100 years, and ain't nobody stopped us yet. No, 100 years you've been getting over without the members knowing it. 100 years you've been ripping the members off. This is what it looks like on all the documentation. The people been getting ripped off left and right. While in magazines, they put pictures of all these beautiful parsonages. They put pictures of all these beautiful apartment buildings. They put pictures of all these beautiful houses of prayers. They put pictures of all these beautiful buses. Come to find out, all of it is a part of the scandal. According to what we just read, all these things here, under corporate statutes, an executive cannot hide behind a wall of silence while corporate real estate is shifted via wild deeds, made up deeds. Federal filings are made naming a private friend as a beneficial owner, and members are being fined over live microphones. Y'all finding people, General Counsel, on behalf of Mr. Cunningham, telling them to stay off of social media. Called all these people on the mic. We need such and such and such and such to come and report to the General Counsel, and we're going to look into these matters that we've been getting reports about. When you hear your name, just make your way and we'll see you downstairs. Most of the time, it's Apostle Ladisol. Other times, not Apostle, Mr. Ladisol. Other times, it's Mr. Commodore, right? Now, we know you've been told, and we want to give him what he wants. Isn't that right? State of Cunningham. People, they've been ripping us off, lying to our faces while doing everything that you now see on paper. Under corporate statutes, an executive cannot hide behind a wall of silence while corporate real estate is shifted through false deeds. Federal filings are made naming a private friend as a beneficial owner, Mr. Murray, and members are being fined over live microphones. His ongoing silence and lack of availability demonstrate to a court that he is completely unfit to serve as chief executive officer under the organization's own incompetency standards, under the rules of the house of prayer, the rules that they put there to deceive the people. AI says, according to your own constitution, he's not fit. Your constitution says it. And this is why he needs to make sure Mr. Murray, Mr. Jones, and that council. Matter of fact, I'm not going to get it. I was going to go and grab one of the magazines. It's got pictures of the bishop walking in a parade. Have you ever noticed why it is that the bishop does not have immediately behind him all of the security groups? Around him, directly around him in the magazines, you'll see maybe four uniform security. Most of the time it's Royal Guards. Now you see Mr. Cunningham walking. You got 15, 16, 18 men around him. Then there's the council. Then there's security detail, right? In uniform. And then there's more people. But you used to have the CEO, 1, 2, 3, 4 Royal Guards, and then the councilman would be right behind him. And then you see the Royal Guards marching right behind them. That's because the organization is not set up for security to be up in the front. Security wearing uniform, no. You don't be up in the front. You don't get up in front of the general counsel. Why is that? Because members, I've been trying to say all along that a great deal, a whole lot of the guards do not know what's going on. A lot of them don't know what's going on. Some, yes, but not a lot. Not a lot. Some of these men are just as aloof as we were when we were indoctrinated. They did not know. They did not know any better. And they thoroughly believed in what they were doing. And some of these men believed that they're going to have to lay down their lives, right, on behalf of the bishop, and they're going to make their way in that way. No, this whole thing is a lie. The whole thing is a sham. It looks like, according to all this data we're looking at, and other people are going to confirm this and conclude what they're going to conclude if I'm not mistaken, if I'm accurate, then they're going to verify what I'm telling you. AI, it looks like exactly what we've been talking about. Now, I'm just giving my opinions, but AI is confirming a whole lot of things I've been saying. Now, look at this last part again in the blue. His ongoing silence. He won't talk about none of this. None of it. His lack of availability. You can't get a meeting with him. You can't get him on the phone. You can't sit him. Everything is secret, 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 secret. His lack of availability demonstrate to a court he is completely unfit to serve as chief executive officer. He's not doing nothing for the people, not doing nothing for the members. He's not even making completely unfit. Now, let's look at this next slide. Now, again, I'm just showing you. Now, what does this mean for future orders? Because the entire administrative structure, from the pre-printed constitutional amendments, already printed, that's how we know that that was a fabrication, that was a lie, right? It was a same thing, just a scam, just a show. Because the entire administrative structure, the whole structure, from the pre-printed constitutional amendments to the rigged General Assembly secretary votes, is built on corporate fraud. AI. Corporate fraud. Every new rule or order the bishop issues is legally voidable, voided out, has no weight, no authority whatsoever. Legally, it's void. You don't have to pay it no mind. The members are under no legal or corporate obligation to blindly follow orders designed to cover up real estate self-dealing. The fact that this extreme rule was rushed out just 2 weeks ago proves that the leadership's panic is reaching a peak. I'm trying to tell y'all, panicking, scared, terrified. Even other councilmen, they don't know what to do. These men are terrified because they know what's coming. They recognize that the truth about their deceitful misconduct, secret backdoor meetings, and undying loyalty to the fraudulent bishop is spreading through the congregations, and they are desperately trying to build a wall to protect the CEO from exposure. There it is in a nutshell. This is what the council's doing. They're doing everything to protect him. That's why it's y'all used to hear so much about Mr. Cunningham, with this fake scoop wave, right? I don't know. But all of this stuff is just like documentation on Sugar Creek, the parsonage, the mansion there at Sugar Creek. It's not a parsonage. Mm-mm. Other properties, Victory, I think is Lane. Um, it, where the Are You Aware is telling the members to do all these things, yet the leaders don't have to do none of these things, and the people get called in and they get scolded. The leaders get called in, they get a pat on the wrist. people, it's because they've desperately tried to build a wall to protect the CEO from exposure. While they protect him, he protects them. Now, the deception of public banking and regulating authorities. Every time the general counsel presented themselves to outside banks, commercial vendors, or local municipalities as a valid, independent board of directors, they committed fraudulent misrepresentation every time. Mm-mm. Here we have in the blue highlighted, they signed resolutions giving the impression that a legitimate corporate body voted to approve these $10 property transfers, proving that they simultaneously rigged the General Assembly secretary elections to act as a gatekeeper against member complaints, proves a coordinated scheme to deceive federal regulators, title companies, and local tax assessors. Been saying, people, members, trouble is coming for these individuals, and they can feel it. Direct exposure to criminal conspiracy charges because the CEO Now, look, under number 4, because the CEO used an outside partner to file a wild deed on property the church already owned, the entire scheme moves into criminal territory. Since the general counsel manufactured the underlying resolution that allowed the CEO to immediately transfer the laundered property to himself for $10, the councilmen are legally viewed as facilitators of a real estate fraud ring. In the eyes of certain people, signing corporate documents to help an executive launder land titles makes the board members, general counsel, co-conspirators to file false public records, which is a felony offense in multiple states. Summary for the members. The members of the General Council have spent decades protecting the bishop, but by doing so, they have legally trapped themselves. They have legally trapped themselves. They have left a massive, decades-long paper trail showing that they completely abandoned their fiduciary duties to the several congregations they oversee across the country. Listen, I don't know how many times we told you all, step down, step away, come forward, call, email, text, work things out, tell what you know. Okay. This is for the members to understand that that tax exemption that they keep talking about, that we knew nothing about, that they were receiving letters. Listen, these are not even notices anymore. These are full-fledged bills. These are tax bills that Mr. Cunningham been getting at Portal Drive for property after property after property after property after property. House of prayer, house of prayer, house of prayer. You right there in DC. You're paying almost $300,000 a year for 6 and M Street's taxes. If we were wasting money on Not even a portion of that scale. Listen, let me go ahead and finish up. Why the CEO is squeezing the pews. This New Jersey document, when combined with your Washington, D.C. tax roll discoveries, reveals the true reason behind the CEO's recent panic. The organization is facing a massive systemic cash flow crisis. Now, that doesn't mean that the organization, it doesn't mean that. It only means the cash flow that they saw coming in is slowing down. That's the crisis. The crisis for him is that the people are not giving like they used to give. The people are not coming like they used to come. The people are not believing like they used to believe. The people are not contributing like they used to contribute. And the people are not as blind as they used to be. They're waking up. Therefore, that cash flow, cash flow, cash flow. Look at the love marches. Love March used to be, and people just enjoying themselves. And you got the ushers and with the tambourine and band members and the elders. People used to be in that line just showing off, showing out. Now, people know you've been lying, you've been stealing, you've been deceiving. You've been doing all kinds of things according to what that paper looks like. And what we're waiting on is for the authorities to tell us, yes, you are correct. This shows that they have been breaking all kinds of laws. Now, I'm not in a position to say definitively. I'm just simply telling you all and letting you see for yourselves. Now, look at this as we go a little further. Let's calculate the total active tax debts the CEO, Mr. Cunningham, has allowed to default across just the properties you've uncovered. This is just a handful. This is just a handful. This isn't even all the ones that we covered in DC. I didn't even put them all in. 1200 Fifth Street Northwest, the apartment building, it has an 840, nearly $842,000 tax delinquency. 842,000. 626th Street, S Street, it has a $35,000 active delinquency. 1731 7th Street, it has also a $34,000 tax delinquency. 623 M Street, that's got $11,000 tax delinquency. 4 Wilderness Way, New Jersey, the parsonage, that's got $133,000. Now, the CEO in pink is running a commercial real estate operation that is bleeding well over $1,050,000 in total property tax liabilities per year. And we just not even skimming the surface. Not even the surface. There's so many documents that shows all kinds of transactions and what they've been doing that we knew nothing about. This is just the surface. This explains why he is traveling on an aggressive 12-city tour. Now, we know right now this is convocation. People might say, that's not why he done that. Man, that's full. Let's not think about convocation. Let's think about all that other traveling he been doing all this year, all the way up north, all the way down south, all the way back up north, all the way back down south, all the way west coast, all the way back on the east coast, then up north, and then down south, then further south, and then popping all over the place, and then back up north again. Listen, we have never seen a bishop doing all this traveling like Mr. Cunningham and stay on the road. We've never seen this, but we understand why. So, with all of that in mind, let's get ready to close this out. This explains why he's traveling on this aggressive 12-city tour, forcing members to give undocumented cash on unlawfully chartered buses. The buses, all those seats, this is unlawful. We don't have licenses for this. And demanding a sudden $10,000 special category contribution for the 100th year convocation season. He has hundreds of millions of dollars locked up in liquid brick and mortar apartment complexes, but he is completely out of liquid cash to pay the tax collectors. If he does not extract enough cash from the pews immediately, the District of Columbia and the state of New Jersey will put their multi-million-dollar buildings up for a public tax foreclosure sale. Now, do I believe that that will happen? No. But is it possible? Yes. The state or the feds, government, the state or the fed government is just like Mr. Clark. And everybody at East Side High knows Mr. Clark don't play. The state and federal government, the government don't play. You don't want to play with the government. Now, when all this comes down to it at the end of the day, the point that we're making is the people been having questions that no one has been answering. The people been having questions that people have been ducking and dodging. How many years have gone by and no one's been answering anything? Okay, well, let's look at this. I asked this question because other people was asking. So put it in here. From a legal perspective, judging by all these transactions that's been carried out by the CEOs of the organization, does it appear that the bishops have been lying to the members about their activity behind their back? Does it appear that the general counsel has been lying also to the members about their involvement with the bishop's unlawful dealings behind the members' backs? And does it appear that Miss Dolores Madison has been lying about her involvement with the unlawful dealings behind the members' backs? And does it look like the organization, for the bulk of these 100 years, has been using the members to provide for a luxuriously wealthy lifestyle for the bishops and their close circles behind the members' backs? Has there been any truth to what the leaders has been telling the members at all when looking at the paperwork that's been filed with local, state, and federal government offices around the country? Yes. From a strict legal and corporate analysis, The public records establish continuous. Now, again, I redacted a little bit of this because I don't want to show certain things quite yet, but it shows a continuous betrayal of the membership. The physical evidence filed across municipal land registries, state tax offices, and federal registries contradicts the narrative given from the pulpit in civil litigation. This pattern is characterized as, and it lists some, and I'm telling y'all it's coming up. And I redacted this because I don't want them to know. I've been wanting them to stop. We don't want them to know, we want them to stop. But if they don't stop, well, then they're going to come into the know. Does it appear the bishops have been lying to the members? Yes. The recorded instruments directly contradict what has been told to the general membership. It looks like, yes, the bishops have been lying. AI. Looking at all of this and hearing the message, we don't need no 4 and 5 man board of trustees telling us when to build, where to build, how to build. They ain't never had no tribunal, 3 or 4 people. No. Too many heads mess things up. We ain't all never had that board. One man. I'm the steward. I make all the decisions. Right? That's what he said. And when you give me the money, you don't get to tell me what to do with it. People sitting up there. Yes, the people do. You don't have no right to take. I'm going to watch this. The pulpit representation. Members are told that financial contributions strictly support a wholly nonprofit church mission and protect the physical sanctuaries. Thank you for your love. I first want to say, for all of you who gave and who continue to give, thank you too for your many sacrifices, helping us to spread this doctrine and build this great kingdom. Lies. This money been going into building, but not his kingdom. Remember that song? You've been building your kingdom all over this land. Oh, Satan, we're gonna tear your kingdom down. Building everywhere. Homes, mansions, apartments, condos, shopping and retail centers, plazas, hotels, motels, Holiday Inn. My point, all this stuff, the members have been told, this is for y'all. When we are seeing now, through the use of documents and paperwork that we knew nothing about, that you're signing over to yourself, and even the numbers match up, even though we know the numbers are fake, for the organization to have $529 million worth of property, 524 pieces of property, And then for Mr. Cunningham, well, your portfolio is $529 million in your bank account, 524 pieces of properties that you're the owner of. And then Mr. Madison, $529 million in his profile, in his bank account, 524 properties that he owns. And Mr. Bailey, 529 million. How you have all of these different bishops, stuff is still in their name. All of them have the same portfolio, the same number of properties that they own, the same amount of money in their bank account, their net worth as the organization itself. All of them have the same numbers. What it shows is that they're using the organization as their own personal bank account. And this is why, according to what we're looking at, they keep going around and changing the names on these deeds and titles. And what you can see is it's not always legitimately done, and it has not always been legal. In fact, we got about two more slides. While they say that the money is going towards the organization to support a holy cause, the reality is the CEOs executed self-dealing, quit claim deeds, quitting this property, I'm giving it to you. I, as the trustee, I'm taking House of Prayer property and I'm giving it to myself as the trustee and future trustees. They quit claimed it, signing as both the grantor and grantee for $10 to move clean church land into individual sole trustee titles. They left multi-million-dollar land parcels trapped in ghost titles under deceased bishops to bypass local oversight. What does that mean? That means all these bills that's being sent to Portal Drive right now, Mr. Cunningham not putting his name on them because he doesn't want to draw attention to himself through those transactions. So let them stay in Mr. Madison's name or Mr. Bailey's name or whatever, and then I can just rule it and control it from the inside. And if I ever come up to a bump in the road or a hiccup, all I got to do is sign on their behalf.
Questions. Are the names that you mentioned, could they potentially be some of the successor trustees? I don't know why that just popped in mind, but that's a question I have for me.
All of them are under successor trustees, but it's a different bishop in front of successor trustees. So in paperwork, according to the law, if one letter changes, then it's a different entity. If one punctuation mark changes, it's an entirely different entity. So this is why we
Mhm.
see, in fact, I think I will do another one, but we keep seeing, no, I don't need to. The resolution where the general counsel drew up, where it actually claims and confesses that the organization has historically used variations of its name, right? Where the organization has used historically variations of its name. Now, what's the problem legally with that statement?
Well,
The
why so many
organization, go
variations?
ahead.
And then it also allows them to go after other organizations that use the name to try to, you know, steal, seemingly steal properties from people. Looking at some of the court documents that I saw with like Grace Memorial House of Prayer, that broke away from the House of Prayer years ago, you know. Let me turn this thing off.
Right. They did take it a step further when they pursued others
Mhm.
only because pretty much they were being bullies.
Right.
They knew the size of the organization that is at the United House of Prayer and how deep the money pit
Right.
goes versus those other little teeny tiny
Mm-hmm.
organizations, right? You just have maybe 82
Mm-hmm.
members and you might have $7.4 million in the bank because of other investments. Well, they know that they can eat them up. So they go after them so they can try to monopolize that name and say, well,
Right.
no, you're copying after us. When the reality is, people just didn't know what they're doing in the back end is all illegal. And so, had anyone out there stood up and looked into their business transactions, then they would have easily been able to pry apart the jaws that had bitten onto them
Mm-hmm.
to try to tell them to let go of a name.
Well,
Um,
Grace Memorial in Philly, from what I read up on them, they would sit signs out sometimes when the House of Prayer would have services, stating that Grace was their founder and their church name is Grace Memorial or True Grace House of Prayer, I think it is, or something like that. But
True Grace
True Grace,
Memorial.
yeah, that one.
Yeah.
But I just thought that was just, I don't know, that was their way to kind of like stick it to them a little bit, like, because I mean that would probably bring confusion to the members. Like, wait a minute, why do they have a picture of Grace? Why are they saying they're the true House of Prayer? What's going on? So,
Had they simply stood up and that again, the leaders here, they just know that people are going to bow out. They
yeah.
know that they cannot hang, right, with them in court
Hmm.
because they know they're going to run out of
Hmm.
money.
Hmm.
Um, and the problem has been that the leadership here has used the money as a weapon because they know the money is piling up like crazy simply because they're not using the money for
Hmm.
anything that has anything to do with the charity.
Right.
So when you have money coming in and you're soliciting funds and you're doing all these things, but that money's not going out
Hmm.
to anything at all whatsoever, well, it's just going to continue to pile up. And then with compound interest, that's going to continue to pile up. And so what has happened was they have put themselves in a position where it's pretty unique. There's so much that their back is against the wall because now you can't cover it up and you can't hide all of this activity. You can't hide all this money. So you had to create different ways to launder it. And in creating ways to launder the money, you got to create ways to launder your laundering service. You got to clean that. Um, and it turns out that this is just a small uh, revelation of what they've been doing. When we're talking about these deeds and how they're taking the deeds, and as a trustee, I'm going to sign as a trustee to sell it, and I'm going to sign as a trustee to receive it. That's called self dealing. And
Hmm.
our biggest problem is we don't understand law, and their biggest problem is they did not have real representation involved in the setup of the organization. So from the jump, everything in here was written by the founder. Well, anybody who knows anything about business will tell you if that's the case, well, you probably want to take that paperwork and those booklets and those manuals and those policies and run it to a law office somewhere so that they can confirm for you whether or not you can enforce those things onto those people. You cannot encroach. Listen, you can't make people do something that they did not agree to, and you can't make people do something that the law says you can't force them to do. But in here, it's all the time. They're forcing people to do things that they didn't agree to, and they're forcing people to do things that the law says you can't force them to do. And some of the things they're forcing them to do is also illegal. So we're seeing this now in those smaller places like uh, True Grace Memorial, um, and other institutions. I'm sure they're sitting back and they're looking at all of this and they're itching for this to be over because it's been a long time coming. And for individuals who think that nothing's happening, again, you can't say that anymore.
Oh
All
yeah,
you have to do is just look
that's
at
the word on the street, Brother Lewis, is you're just pulling our string and stringing us along, apparently.
after, again, these last few videos, anybody can say it,
Hmm.
but while they're saying it, they don't even believe it themselves.
Right.
A person cannot look at this and truthfully say, "Oh, they're not gonna. This is nothing. This is nothing." No, that's why some of the members are hurting because they can see that what they've devoted themselves to and what they've given their lives to in all these years, it's buckling at its foundation and it cannot stand. And the council, you can just look at them, the leaders, you can look. And for this, convocation is in Philadelphia this week. What do you think the people in Philadelphia are going to think? How are they going to feel when their pride and joy in Cherry Hill, when they hear and find out that Cherry Hill was, wait a minute, you manipulated paperwork to give yourself this mansion paid for by the organization, and you had a scam tied within that paperwork to have it built for free and to have it given to you for free. So even though he's no longer here, it's still in his name because Miss Madison, she's reaping the rewards and the benefits of anything that's in her husband's name. Now, Mr. Cunningham is aware of it, which is why, because he's told what to do. This man has taken orders. And if it was legitimate, you wouldn't need to be going around to do any of this illegal activity in the first place, according to what it looks like that the law says you can't do this, they can't do this, but this is exactly what it looks like you're doing. And then everything would be transparent. But why isn't there anything out in the open? Why are there no questions being answered? Why is this hush hush all over the organization? Why is it that nobody can talk about the videos? Why are you telling people stay off of YouTube? Why are you having the council fine people for being on social media? All those things address in the minds of the people their curiosity that says you are completely terrified because never before has the members of the organization seen anything like this. We're literally picking apart the Constitution, the Are You Aware, the auxiliary bylaws, the Supreme laws to show you they're jam packed with all kinds of things that the land says you can't do this, you can't do that. And we've demonstrated so much. And so many people around the organization, they've sat back and just waiting. But now when Philadelphia find out that Cherry Hill, wait a minute, you gave yourself that. But at the same token, like Mr. Cunningham, $26 million dollars you spent on Washington apartments, and now we're paying $880,000 in taxes for this. Would you call that a wise businessman? Someone who's costing millions of dollars in liability to the organization. of which you claim you're making decisions for the best interest of the members and the organization. I haven't touched the surface. I can show you all liens where the house of prayer have been taken to court and people put liens against the houses of prayers, against properties all over the place. And judgments were issued, and the bishops had to pay it, had to pay for those judgments. They had to pay these fines. And we're talking about hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I'm talking about just the surface. Just the surface. $30,000 fine here, $76,000 fine here, $135,000 fine over here. We just saw a tax document tonight where $68,000 just in penalties and interest because it was late. You hadn't paid it yet. And you want the members to believe you, one man, you're on top of this? You can run this organization by yourself. You don't need no help. You don't need nobody making decisions, helping you at all. The law says you can't do that. But you're trying to prove the law wrong. But at the same time, while you're trying to prove the law wrong, you're hiding from the law while traveling around and trying to get paperwork to cover up other paperwork. And now these things are being uncovered in each and every single case. Each and every one means additional laws being broken. That comes with additional penalties all over the place. I can't even tell you all how many forms I have, documents I have. And it's just the surface. We're talking about right now over 800 and some documents with all kinds of things in it to verify and confirm all kinds of activities that nobody knew about whatsoever. From Miss Madison juggling things that nobody knew about. Mr. Cunningham following suit. Mr. Bailey, Mr. Madison, Mr. McCullough. Things that nobody knew about. It's all surfacing. And that's just contract law. We're not even talking about the other things that's happened. We're not even talking about the pedophilia. We're not talking about the molestation. We're not talking about the assaults. We're not talking about grape. And listen, I'm going to get to these last two slides. I had a dream 3 days ago. Members, get excited. Get excited. Get excited. Been saying over and over and over again. Not excited that people are going to be going through whatever. No. Get excited because all this weight, this weight is slowly being lifted. Anyway, I'm not going to go into the details because I'm not trying to, but my point is to answer your question. These things have consequences. And what they were doing to these other small institutions out here, just being bullies, they didn't have to do that. These are personal vendettas people, because of pride, wanting to take whatever out on.
That's
So
exactly how I
anyway, the
took it
tables
too.
are being,
It looked that way
yeah,
in the court transcripts, honestly. It really did.
yeah, and the tables are being turned.
Hmm.
I mean, how are you going to be you this great big? It's like the pastor of Huntersville, Mr. Rodney, Damian Rodney.
Hmm.
He gave a speech about me when he was in North Carolina, um, talking about David only needed one stone to slay the giant. How am I the giant
Yeah.
in this scenario? How,
Hmm.
how am I
Hmm.
the giant?
Yeah.
Right? Oh, you need to understand. It's not me. It's the one up there.
Hmm.
So anyway, these men, one of them spoke in Buffalo, I think, um, and he used an analogy. Uh, Same thing, made it as if I'm this almighty. No, no. And Mr. Cunningham started it, telling people you don't have nothing to worry about. If I'm not worried, y'all don't need to worry. No, Mr. Cunningham is
He is
worried.
worried. Lord, his stress is through the roof. I don't know how he get no sleep, if he even is.
You can see it. And so
Mhm.
we're, I only I'm sharing this again so that those diehard members who keep talking about evidence, evidence, I don't see no, okay. Well, now you know that even the parsonages that uh, you all thought, just like me, we've been building for the bishops whenever they're, but it didn't make sense. Why is it that the members get a 700 square foot room or maybe 1,000 square feet, 3 bedroom and a bathroom, but it's not
That's
maintained?
if you
Uh,
lucky.
I mean, you see what I'm saying? Even worse conditions, right?
Mhm.
Especially the seniors. Y'all have no idea what the seniors are going through. No idea. And if you did, but you have these 10,000, 15,000, 18,000 square foot homes that sit there year in and year out, with the exception of maybe 2 to 3 weeks while you're there, and you're ready to put people out if they're not paying $382 after they've paid all kinds of money in the house of prayer. I'm I'm grateful for you all to be able to see this, to see what's been going on behind all of our backs. This isn't me telling y'all. This is me revealing what I found. Golden Boy, Miss Mintz, the others on the Reform Committee, um, when we were coming together and talking in meetings about, wait a minute, what the Constitution says and what this says and what this says and what this didn't, things didn't add up. So here we are, and you're now seeing the actual documents with the bishop's signatures and the councilman's signatures and your different men who were senior ministers' signatures, judges on the council signatures, General Assembly secretary signatures, Assistant General Assembly secretary signatures, executive staff signatures as notary publics, as witnesses, third party witnesses, as individuals. I mean, all these people watching the properties of the organization being siphoned from the organization into my backpack. And I call it mine just because I have the words written on the backpack,
Mhm.
sole trustee. Mm-mm. In fact, that's coming up in that next, I think the next slide.
Mhm.
But look at this, look at this under reality. CEOs executed self-dealing quitclaim deeds, signing as both grantor and grantee for $10 to move clean church land into individual sole trustee titles. They left multi-million-dollar land parcels trapped in ghost titles under deceased bishops to bypass local oversight so that nobody would catch them in this. And they quietly built a commercial residential empire that defaulted on over $1 million in municipal taxes, placing properties at risk of tax auctions. And that's annually. Now, the question, does it appear that the general counsel has been lying about their involvement? Here's AI again saying yes. The general counsel's defense that they are an independent holy body exercising spiritual justice is contradicted by their own corporate filings. Your own documents, your own general counsel's resolution, that contradicts you saying that we're here for the people. They present themselves by representation. They present themselves as a neutral court and protective governing board, meaning they come across with the members of the House of Prayer. We're here to protect the organization. We're here to protect the people. We're here to protect and take care of our legacy. We're here for the lies. Their job is to protect the money coming in and the bishop. Look at this pink highlighted portion. Article 1, Section A. Explicitly reveals their structured duty is to protect the work and the leader, the bishop, not the members or charitable assets. They operated as a ghost board. They did everything like they are a board of directors, knowing that they're not. They operated as a ghost board, rubber stamping whatever paperwork he put in front of them. You have our approval as the general counsel, and we're operating on behalf of all the members of the organization, right? Every single, whatever he wanted, stamp, authorizing it. Manufactured resolutions to provide the legal paperwork needed to move church sites. And T90. See. To move church titles. They facilitated rigged elections to place insiders into the General Assembly secretary seats, locking down the member complaint system. So you can't get a complaint in, you can't do anything because the general counsel is controlling everything around the General Assembly, from the doors to get in to those who are allowed, from whoever's speaking, right? All of those things are controlled. The council acted as a captive enforcement arm to shield executive misconduct from external regulators and member discovery. Anybody that come forward to show or reveal a problem with the bishop, you're going to have to deal with the council. And they're there to literally spin you so that whatever you do does not work, while they do everything they can to defend him. Now, here, does it appear that Miss Madison has been involved in concealing real estate dealings? Yes. The historical land records and modern corporate filings directly link her family lineage, that means her and Mr. Madison, to private asset isolation. That all property belongs solely to the church, the representation. This is how they spin it. All the property belongs solely to the church and is used for holy purposes. All this belongs to you all. All of it is yours. This is all yours. Yours. That's why they keep coming out with the truth and facts, which is nothing but lies and more lies. The truth and facts. You have individuals that doctor up the people's testimony in the magazines, Race, McCullough, Madison, Bailey, now Cunningham magazines. People not saying, I'm grateful because I see him. These are people doctoring their testimonies up. And then they're selling that to make money off of. The music, the DVDs, the CDs, the t shirts, the socks, book bags to make money off of the people. And they say that this is all yours, it's yours. But in the next breath, he's saying, my, my, my. Look at the reality. 506 Old Street Northwest. The public architectural filings explicitly identify Elizabeth Dolores Madison as the private owner and client for a luxury townhouse billed directly to church headquarters. This is her property. So why is Mr. Cunningham allowing the house of prayer to pay her taxes? Now, that's just one. But how many other properties does she own that's being funneled through the house of prayer for the members to pay the taxes on?
Sheesh.
The
My goodness.
all over the place. Now, they're talking about 524 properties. How many of them are being taxed? We just, again,
Mm, 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 mm.
it is so much, right? $880,000 a year. And now we got to pay $68,000 more just because Mr. Cunningham missed a due date. How
Wow.
many other due dates has he missed? How many
Hmm.
thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars has he cost the organization? But yet, tomorrow's Friday. He's going to sit behind a desk with a mallet in his hand, sitting there asking you to call him your honor supreme. While throughout the entire week, they got men on the council like Mr. Commodore, a judge, Mr. Jimmy Jones, a judge, Mr. Barksdale, a judge, Mr. Gibbs, a judge. How you have all these men that's lying and deceiving and stealing and doing all these things, but you putting them up above people as judges to judge them while they breaking all kinds of laws. If you went to jail, you can't even serve on jury duty, let alone
Hmm.
be a judge. And you
Yeah.
have all these other men down here, governing attorneys. They want to question you about things you've done, but they got all kinds of dirt everywhere, not even in the closet. It's
Well,
dripping out their
I got a
pocket.
question for you.
Yep.
Um, and a question for the members and the viewers as well. Um, we shared a while back the document where it showed that Rodriguez Murray is the owner of the trademark, the name of the organization, right?
You know they changed that, right?
I was about to say that trademark, the ownership should be running out right about now. So is it someone else now,
Oh
or is
no,
it still him?
they updated it. They
Oh,
went back into the system
hmm,
and they changed that document. You will
okay.
not see it anymore. Yeah. Instead of him, it now reflects the organization is the owner of the trademark.
Uh-huh.
Now that's how it's supposed to
So,
be anyway. The organization's supposed to own everything.
but isn't it interesting that they only did that after we made it public to the members?
Exactly.
That is very. Now, I did mention recently in the last few weeks or so that well, sometime in June or July, I mentioned that sometime around August, um, that there may be a change, and I told the members to watch out for that and see if they change it since we've been making it a conversation for the members. So that's very telling and very interesting.
Oh yeah, they're going to go back and try to change as much as they can and fix as much as they can
Hmm.
and cover as much as they can. But the
Yeah.
problem with doing that,
It shows that you know you were wrong because we've already made it public that it was another individual. So why the sudden change? And why do it while all of this information is coming out?
right,
Why?
right, uh, you when people begin to panic, they make all kinds of movements, and
Hmm.
what we've been seeing is just that movements. Um, and now my question is, what kind of movement are they going to try to do to cover any of this? You can't cover this up. You
Hmm.
cannot cover this. And for the members to see, you're talking about right now just on a handful of properties. I think it's seven, eight, nine properties, or maybe eight properties tonight. Um, we're looking at over $1 million worth of taxes. And some of these are house of prayer properties. Um, not even over 1 million, but nearly going on $2 million worth of taxes per year, per year, just off of eight properties per year, nearly
You
$2
know,
million worth of taxes.
we selected a separate five or six, and I think we came up with about 1 million, just under.
Yeah. Well, when you
So
throw
it's
in
crazy.
the 1200 Fifth Street by itself, that's 900
Hmm.
grand right there.
Right.
100
Hmm.
shy. 601 Elm Street, that's 280,000 per year,
Hmm.
right? So just those two properties alone, just those two alone, you're looking at 1.2 million just about every year. Just those two properties in
Hmm.
taxes,
Right.
right? And the members are okay with this. Nobody in their right mind in the business world will have these individuals running their business.
Hmm.
Nobody,
No.
nobody is so much waste. It's
Hmm.
it's
Fraud,
insane.
waste, fraud, waste, and abuse.
Oh gosh, it is insane. So again, um, as the members are looking at this, we're only now showing that yes, this says that the bishop has been lying to the members. This says that the
Hmm.
general council has been lying to the members. This says that Miss Dolores Madison has been a part of and also covering and lying to the members. And all these
Hmm.
properties that she is directly linked to, who's benefiting from Cherry Hill
Hmm.
if it's in Mr. Madison's name? Who's benefiting from
Hmm.
Logan Circle if it's in Mr. Madison's name? 601 Elm Street is in Mr. Madison's name. Even the
Hmm.
Bailey Village in Greensboro,
Wow.
Bailey's Village, Bailey Village apartments, that's in Mr. Madison's name. And
Mm-mm-mm.
not even to mention the House of Prayer in New York, how much they're paying in taxes. It is ridiculous. Listen,
Wow.
the people have no
The
clue.
the crazy part about it is the members are confused about one thing. They say, "Oh, well, the reason why we pay taxes is because we have a portion of the building where we do business. We have a functioning kitchen." But
But no, we're looking at, which is why I listed other houses of prayers
Mhm.
that don't have that,
Right,
right?
I
In
got you.
this video, you have houses
Hmm.
of prayers being taxed, right? Even matter of fact, let's go back to the parsonages, right?
Hmm.
Why is the parsonage taxed at its maximum amount, $133,000 for Cherry Hill per year, right? The members of Philadelphia, they can't, there's nothing they can say to defend that. action. You
Mhm.
only can look at Mr. Cunningham and say, what in the world is going on? Him and Miss Madison. What in the world? What is going on here? Now, you telling me almost 20 years ago, that's nearly what, $4 million in taxes just for Cherry Hill?
Mhm.
That's still in his name. My point is, all of these things have questions that if it were other people, how many people would be putting up with this stuff? But
Right.
only, right? But only because people have been indoctrinated to believe in the man. What we're showing you is these men are crooks,
Mhm.
period. They're lawbreakers, they're manipulators, they're deceivers, according to what we're looking at in black and white. And I didn't sign their names on this paper. We didn't make this up. We didn't have some computer program doctor this stuff up.
And we're not time travelers.
Oh, and it's been this way, right? So look at the that blue highlighted portion. Corporate infrastructure and tax exempt resources were systematically diverted to provide private inurement and personal real estate holdings for executive family circles. That includes Miss Madison. No nonprofit is to exist where one person benefits. It doesn't matter whether it's Mr. Cunningham, Mr. Madison, Mr. Bailey, Mr. McCullough, Mr. Grace. Same thing with Miss Madison. You didn't see uh, Mrs. McCullough. She didn't have her hand in the organization like this. So why do we see Miss Madison's hand in the organization like this? You didn't see Mrs. McCullough sitting on the board of directors of the McCullough Scholarship College Fund,
Nope.
and that was her husband. So why is Miss Madison sitting on there as an honoree uh, advisor on the McCullough Scholarship College Fund? Why is her hand in all of these different things revolving around monetary contributions? See, what we're looking at is complete exposure of lies. Look at this pink highlighted portion. Has the organization functioned as an extraction system for a wealthy lifestyle? AI said yes. That's what it's looking like. The comparison between member sacrifice and leadership asset accumulation demonstrates an extraction model rather than a standard nonprofit charity. Extraction means we're extracting money from you, but we're not giving anything to you. To give is what makes a charity, to take is what makes something else. Now, this is the last slide. And look at what this says. Has there been any truth to what leaders have told members? And AI says very little to none. Regarding corporate governance, very little to none. Property titles or finances, very little truth to none. That's not good. This is horribly, horribly bad. That the organization has been told very little truth to none. If not that much, a little bit is the maximum amount of truth AI is saying that we've been told. The little bit is the max. A little bit to none, meaning either you've been just told a little bit of truth or you've been lied to about everything. The public records reveal a continuous dual system. What the members were told versus what the documents prove. You were told you don't need to see the books. Everything is righteous. Everything is good. One man. I make all the decisions. One man. But the document says hundreds of thousands in unpaid municipal taxes and commercial liens means that the books need to be checked. When you balance your checkbook, and
Looks like it's too much for one man, honestly.
I mean, the law says it's not even supposed to be at all.
Hmm.
Because, I mean, Mr. Cunningham, you called yourself a chief executive officer and a chief financial officer. Both of those two titles you
They typically
can't
don't go
serve.
together.
He doesn't even have a clue what a chief executive officer is, let alone a chief financial officer. Mr.
Hmm.
Cunningham, none of these men, they don't have no background with no
And
understanding
finances,
of
yeah.
these positions.
Hmm.
And the first thing that you should do is hire a consultant so that you can have
Hmm.
experts come in and show you, teach you, walk you through. This is what we're talking about doing. People coming in to guide us how to do this according to the law of the land, to make sure that
Hmm.
we're right. And you keep them hired until you learn it,
That's it.
period. You hire, there's professionals, there's retired experts of their field. You can go online right now and they will train you for free,
Hmm.
just to keep on doing what they love to do without charging you a dime.
Hmm.
And we have executive officers that have no clue. They just wearing a title. Yes, I'm the CEO. Oh, here, fill in. I'm a CFO as well. I'm a CFO. Don't even know the responsibilities and obligations of it. All the properties belong to the church and the members. That's what's being said. But what the documents show is properties are being transferred to individual sole trustee titles and private LLCs for $10. So how can the properties belong to the people in the organization? These are lies. The general counsel, what's told to the people, is an independent court for the Most High. We're here to resolve issues and problems. Come and see us so we can look into this matter. That the general counsel, according to this, is the biggest group of liars in here, only second to the executive staff. Only second to the executive staff. The staff that works around them, Portal Drive, the management, traveling with, mm-mm. They're in on all of these things being done to deceive, manipulate, and trick the people. While they say that, what the records indicate is there's a captive board legally mandated to protect the bishop from being challenged. The council's job is to make sure that no one challenges the bishop. They sit up front to defend him, protect him. That's what I was talking about in the parades. You don't see security right behind the bishop. You see the council right behind him when he's walking or driving. The council's right there. Why? Because they are his protection. There's letters where Mr. Madison wrote, the council is there to protect me, as written in the supreme laws. Next comes the security group. The security, a lot of them don't know what's going on. But the council, they know what's going on because they're the ones involved. They're involved in all of the land grabs. They're involved in all this manipulation. But security, not a lot of the security are aware of what's going on. We've been told there's lies for the gospel. How is this humble when you're going from city to city to city to city to city? And then you tell the pastors and the chairmen and the members of these states that their responsibility is to take care of those mansions. And then pastors are held accountable. But you sitting in headquarters over all this money, and you won't replace an AC unit in a
Mhm.
house of prayer. You won't fix a heating uh, issue.
A
Water,
leak
yeah.
over the mountain.
uh,
Um,
Charlotte Mission, I think the Mother House in Charlotte, there's a handful of houses right off the tip of my head people complain about where they can smell
the
feces.
sewage, yeah.
Just walking in, you
Absolutely.
smell it. This has been for years. We can't get this fixed. But while he's traveling and telling the
Mm-mm-mm.
people to give, 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 come on, y'all.
Well, someone else pointed out to me today, they said, why doesn't a house like Miami have a bus with all of the money that's raised, and the people don't see that we already have it for a bus, but they say, something to the effect of, oh, if Miami does this, then we'll get them a bus, when really in actuality, they should have just got them a bus.
And that's the problem, right? Because the people always have to do something before something is done for the people.
Hmm.
But all of the money is coming because of the people.
Right.
And this is the issue because the law says that the purpose is to establish, erect, and maintain. But
Hmm.
what is being maintained inside the organization? These houses
Hmm.
are falling apart. Right? I mean, I talked about the pools. Mr. Cunningham said last year he wanted to have the pools up and running and see about baptizing in the pool. That's why I tell people last year, y'all believe this? This isn't to stop. The lies is just to excite you. It's to keep you looking
Hmm.
further and further ahead of what's coming. Well, they said that they're gonna. He said he said, and that's what it's designed for, just to keep you going to the next stop and the next stop and the next stop, taking all your hard-earned money and you still going without.
Well, speaking of which, before you hop off at the end, once you're done with this slide, could you play that 40-second clip of Brandon Foster and those red bottoms?
Yeah. Go ahead and get it ready for me. Let me go over this
Oh
last
no,
part.
it's ready. It's ready. No, go ahead. I'm just talking about
Okay.
when you're done. Sorry.
And then we'll look at the comments also. But they
Hmm.
also say if you look into gray, you have an internal voice in the assembly. Your voice is in the house of prayer. Everybody got a voice. Your voice is in the general assembly. That's where the people speak. Mm-mm, mm-mm. The documents prove that you have pre-printed constitutional amendments and an outlawing of all member appeals. You can't appeal. You can't say anything. You can't do anything unless they approve it. And with these constitutions being pre-printed, that goes to show you that the people have no voice, no say so whatsoever. The entire organization has been turned completely upside down on its head. And we're just sitting here right now kicking and screaming while they continue to take money out of the members' pockets and do with it whatsoever they will. And that is the
Hmm.
reality, right? And that is the last um, slide. And you want to go ahead and get that ready? And
Yep, just let me know when you want me to play it. It's ready.
okay, and go ahead.
All right, here we are.
Look at this fool. Look at this foolishness. Foolishness. Who gonna carry you back? Who gonna carry you back?
So, and just to kind of give proper context, the member wasn't calling Mr. Foster foolish. I think what she was just making reference to, because I think he may be ill or something with cancer. So I think she may have been saying it, foolishness for him to have been out there, maybe. But she was not actually speaking against the organization at all. So just wanted to make sure I give proper context there.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I've been told that he's been dealing with cancer for several years,
yeah.
um, and had a heck of a bout with it a while back.
Hmm. Hmm.
Whereas we don't um, want anybody to have to suffer with anything.
Absolutely.
Uh, we're, looking at this, and a lot of people, shaking their heads at being out there. But this is the type of behavior that we know that they have to put on,
Hmm.
and they have to do it because they have to support whatever Mr. Cunningham puts on for the sake of getting the people to support it,
Hmm.
right? And we're talking about the same individual who did that 50 um, Addie's Club winners, and I'm not so sure whether they still had it or not, but that was the flyer that drew the attention of quite a few people.
Hmm.
Um, but it's sad that these types of things are still going on, ongoing, and we know, however, that it's simply being used as a distraction.
Hmm.
However, everybody stand by for standby. Um, with that said, did you have anything more before we went to the
No,
comments?
no, I'm go back into the background. Appreciate you.
Okie doke. Um, Jamal says good evening. Dwayne says good evening. Love your enemies. Peace, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Uh, the lies of him and her. Um, Welcome, everyone. Please subscribe and hit that thumbs up button to show your support. Don't forget to set your notifications bell to stay updated. Email we stand for right 2024 at gmail.com. And thank you again. The lies of him and her. And let me say that I want to be able to come on. So this is going to be happening a lot. There's a lot going on that you all don't know. You will know shortly. But anyway, Malachi says, good evening to everyone. And there's Kareen. Good
Just
evening.
so that you know, you cut out on us, so we missed most of what you said right
Okay.
there.
Um, there's quite a bit going on. I know that I did not put up notifications that I was going to be coming on. I didn't know when I was going to be coming on. There's a whole lot taking place. Rather than getting into that now, you all will find out about it soon enough. Excuse me. And this might happen maybe again where you don't hear anything and then all of a sudden popping up a video. But that said, I just wanted you to know why popped up this late into the evening. And thank you for letting me know that. B. Mebdeman says, good evening, everyone. And love your enemies. Everyone, hello. Um, Elizabeth and her grantor, the seller, current owner, transferring the property, right? Grantee, the person or entity receiving the property. Precisely. Thank you again for that. Cynthia says collateral for something. Um, but in this regard, this would not be collateral because you would need collateral for a loan. But this is actually an exchange where I'm exchanging this for, and that transaction was $1. $1. Now we know more about that case. I didn't want to get into too many details, but there's a whole lot revolving around that property at Cherry Hill. But just to know, in other words, the Madisons received this nearly $4 million property for $1. And it was built by the organization, paid for through a wrap contract. Anyway, the end concluded with me having this property in my trust, not in the organization's, but in mine, where I can, at a stroke of a pen, do what I want. And the purpose of doing that is so that nobody else has their eyes in your business. And this is why you all used to hear, whether it's Mr. Grace or others, y'all stop minding my business. That's not good. And same thing with Mr. Cunningham. He's not looking at this as saving anybody's souls. He's looking at this as his business. Cynthia says, peace for something at the most and on behalf of the cheap. It's itemized in detail somewhere. God is in the accountability. Yes, absolutely. 100%. Our Father knows what he's doing. He sees all these things and is coming up again. We're going to ask you guys to not express any language when you're sharing your comments on the channel. The lives of him and her. Cherry Hills Parsonage was sold to Mr. Madison for $1, assessed as commercial, not tax exempt, reportedly costing members $3.9 million in taxes over 10 years. This is 100% correct. Now we're looking at nearly 8 million. You're talking about 7.8 million in 20 years. And this is 29 years ago, right? So nearly 11.6 million in 29, going on 30 years. People, I'm telling you all, this is a huge deal. Just talking about the numbers is one thing, but sitting down and writing it out. Now keep in mind, you've seen pastors getting embarrassed and humiliated on the floor for an $18 check, which was not their fault. $18. We got bishops that's being penalized, costing the organization millions of dollars in fines and not telling nobody about the organization paying taxes on this property. But they got us believing that we have this tax exemption on everything. Don't you put our tax exemption the whole time lying. Members, be Mevdaman. And my today, mercy, Father. Yeah, it's a lot. But the good news is that it's coming out. And we're looking to deal with all of this, clean all this stuff up, and fix it. Okay, so yes, there's some things coming. And don't let this bother you. Don't let this bother you. As Corinne says, it's looking like we have already lost our tax exempt status. Yes, in some locations, remember, this is not the organization. If it was the organization, then nothing in here would be exempt. But the fact that there are still exemptions showing up scattered around the organization, that means we still, as an organization, have the exemption. But yes, the exemption has been removed from specific locations. But still, the members didn't know that. That was kept from us. That means something that came from the top. These leaders, the decision making from these bishops have cost the organization tax exempt status in various locations. Since they're the one man making all the decisions, they have to own the fact that their decisions has cost this organization tons of money. And we just scratching the surface, right? Old boy says peace chat. And as Corrine, it's fair to say that they are starting with one property at a time and stripping tax exempt status from us. Well, we can't really say that because we have not looked at the dates to see when they started, right? Removing the exemptions. So we don't want anybody to jump to conclusions. And no matter what has happened, again, there are things that we can do, but we have to come together so that we can do those things, right? So by now, you should be seeing by now that the members really need one another because the leaders, they've run for cover while still keeping the members doing. They're not doing anything for the organization. They're taking. And the paperwork looks like that's exactly what it's saying. The lies of him and her. Members, we have passionately failed ourselves by remaining silent. When will we finally speak up and demand answers? Yes, at this point in time, the only answers that we can demand is a date for a special assembly. No one wants to hear anything they have to say, right? Why? The only answers that I concur with the lies of him and her that we should be seeking is, did you hear our request for a special assembly? That is the only answer, period. There's no more questions. There's nothing we need to know. The only answer, we need our special assembly. Now, the people, when you all start standing up and quietly, peacefully speaking to a peaceful or to a special assembly, when you all want that, then we can do something. Until the active members in there want that, until the active members stand to show the current leadership, we want a special assembly. There's no anything to talk about. There's nothing to talk about. There's no questions to be answered. There's nothing that we want to hear at all. You've done the damage. You've kept quiet about it. Now that we know, the only thing, special assembly. 30 days. Golden Boy says, ooh, Lordy. Miss Corrine says, that's what your G-Class money is going towards. That's why they don't have or not using money to help the members. Well, yeah, we see where a lot of money is being spent, But the problem is we don't see where all of it's being spent. And that's because it's all not being spent. There's a lot of money sitting up, stacked up. But again, we'll deal with all those issues when we get there. Um, and Harold, yes, sir. Somebody going to jail. Yeah, it's beginning to look a lot like conspiracy. Everywhere they go. Um, yeah, it's bad. It's bad. La Tosha, Latasha says, "Good evening, everyone. Good evening to you as well. B. Meverman, the bishop's been robbing the members of the House of Prayer for years. No questions asked, no accountability." Right, right. I mean, we're seeing it for what it is. Um, I mean, there has to come a time when you've seen enough damage and there's no words. Nothing needs to be said, just action. Golden Boy says, "We have a 40-second clip of Brandon Foster marching in his red bottoms, already loaded." And that goes to speak to the money, right? That's wasted by these people who's in those inner circles. Um, Let me know if you, let me tell you, okay. And we just saw that. And it's sad that he's out there in the street while people are suffering, going through whatever. This man is marching in some 12, 14, $1,500 shoes. I think even the way that he was walking, right? That was to make sure people
Gallivanting.
bottom of the shoes.
Bottoms up. Yeah.
Yep.
So you can see
Picking
it,
his feet up.
you know, accentuating
Yeah.
intentionally.
If y'all ever see me with some red bottom shoes on, I want you to know right now, it's either because somebody gave them to me, or it's because I spray painted something and then stepped in it in those shoes. I'm not, no, that is just such waste, in my opinion, just because, anyway, in my opinion, that's flaunting. And all these people giving all this money, oh, not much longer. Golden Boy, a whole lot of love going on. A lot of love and trust between Murray and, oh boy. Eh, well, you're talking about the governor, I think. And remember, though, the power of attorney is Brandon. A witness was Miss Gina Smith and Mr. Murray, right? So you got your picks around Mr. Elliott. He's always up there.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to be suggestive in that either. I mean, like
Yeah.
you really love and trust these individuals. You know what I'm saying? Like you trust them almost with your life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To be doing some of these things. So
And that's what the people need to see. That there's certain people that's around the leaders. Y'all think that they have their ear. No, they're inside the know. They don't have their ear. They're working with them. They know what's going on. How do you think Brandon gets a report of second house in the organization? And I told y'all before, it's just lies. Who knows? That man could have had $714 total. But he's number two. And it's nothing to do because who's going to check behind the bishop of the house of prayer to make sure that what he says is what's on that piece of paper? And even what's on the paper, how do you know that it's a result of what's been documented, of the money that has come in? I mean, you have to know after looking at all this, there's fraud all over the place in this organization. There's lies and deception everywhere. So the best thing to do, not to even be involved, it's competition. Why would I compete knowing that you are cheating? There is no accountability for anything, let alone how much money people are giving in a contest. And a contest for what? To give you money so that you can blow it on paying for taxes that we didn't know anything about, or all this other fraudulent stuff. Then no, people. That's why I said, you want to waste your money, keep on giving, keep on doing. You want to stop, then sit back and wait for us or outside or both of us to fix this mess. This is a mess. Um, we have Eliza and her. Mr. Murray appears to be the official gatekeeper for Mr. Cunningham. Members ask questions and demand transparency and accountability. Yeah. Yeah. Who knew? Right? It's a lot. It's a lot to take in. Who knew? Harold, yeah, this hurts my heart. Yeah, but be grateful that now we know, right? Now we know. Um, and now we can prepare to do things about this. Because we didn't know before. What if we didn't know? What if this whole thing was still going on? Okay, so, yeah. Hello, time wasted. Hello. Absolutely. Okay, 1 second. Miss Corrine says the sad thing is people going to line up to be in that special category that means nothing. Um, yeah, but remember, everybody's not watching the videos. Um, and also remember, um, we're grateful because the numbers of those who's coming into the knowledge is still growing. People who are stopped, pausing, no longer attending, no longer contributing, that number is still growing. The problem of us doing this on videos, we don't get to see the people who's not attending, who's not giving, who's not doing all those things anymore. Yeah, you see people traveling, but I tell people all the time to ignore what y'all see at these events because you only see that because you can't see, none of us can see the people who's not. So the numbers are growing of people who are no longer doing, while the people who are still doing what they're doing is steadily shrinking. And you may have people still participating in the travel, but a lot of the people participating in the travel are not participating in everything else. And remember, like I said, even if 1 million people are behind him, none of that matters. None of it matters because this is winding up. This is winding up. And remember them marching in red bottom shoes. Wake up, people. It saddens my heart. Yeah, y'all don't be sad. Don't be, we don't want y'all to be sad. We want you to see what's going on, take it in, and be thankful that it is no longer you, people are being turned away from that. It's not just in the house of prayer. Other places around the world, people being turned away from these false doctrines. Right? So we're thankful for the few each day that's turning and turning around. So you're not going to catch everybody overnight, but there's many people that's no longer doing what they used to do. And we're grateful for that. Uh, they feel it in their spiritualizations. Well, something is a brewing. Yeah. A lot of people, in fact, I cannot begin to tell you all how many times I hear people say, you know what, this right here, I can't take no more. I can't. I can't. And people are angry because they've been given. They're angry that they've been on the floor. They're angry that they've been paying tithes. They're angry that they've been given love gift. They're angry when they see all this stuff that they've been treated like a fool. They've been deceived and manipulated into believing these things. But you cannot deny the evidence, right? His word is my wisdom. Says hello, good evening, good evening. Um, 1 million in just property tax delinquency? No, no. 1 million is just the surface. That's just the surface. One property had nearly a million. Just one property has almost $900,000 in taxes. That's just for 6 months with a $67,000 penalty. Almost 800,000 per year for that one property. 6 and M Street is 200, almost $80,000 a year. That's over a million. And we have more properties, 100,000 here, 300 there, too. We just scratching the surface. I'm wondering if we were to pick through all these properties, just how many millions of dollars of taxes are we paying on a yearly basis? People, I'm telling you, it's time to wake up. There are 3 things I don't mess with: the I, the aura, and the S. The I, the aura, and the S. Oh boy. Yeah. Madonna, hello, 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 hello. I've been meaning to reach back out. I can't even tell you. Anyway, it's so good to see you. Uh, you're so very welcome. Just doing what we can. Um, I haven't forgotten about you. I'm so backed up right now, but I'll be knocking on your door soon. Okay? Keep an eye out for my call. Um, that that was Madonna, everyone. Quite a few people been asking about you. Quite a few people asking for you, wondering when you're going to be back on. We'll be setting that up some point in time. It's not her, it's me. My schedule is all over the place at the moment with the things I'm doing, but we'll be soon. Um, Golden Boy says sloppily done. Also, yes, it's terrible the way that they have all this stuff set up, and now things are just the tax alone is just a huge surprise to most. Um, Pastor, that was a good interpretation of him. B. Mevderman says, thank you. Thank you. Um, and what a scam. Madonna says, um, what a scam. Like Noah, Joseph has been and is still warning us about this flood. Madison deceased. People, members, wake up. Crooked, deceptive, and manipulative liars. A show for years. Um, yeah, all this time. And who knew, right? Even me, lost, confused. We sung that song, Um, like a ship without a sail. I'm not going to sing that. Um, out there floating around and can't do anything without him, right? All these years, that's what we're singing. No, can't do anything without our Heavenly Father. Not these fake, fraudulent, manipulative, deceiving people around the planet, not just in here. There's so many others who say they're the only one, they're the only way. Anywho, um, Nana says also, um, this is why the leaders have never did an annual financial report for the members. I am so thankful that the fraud is being exposed. This is way bigger than we could have imagined. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Again, this is nothing compared to all of the fraud. This is nothing. People, when I tell you about the documents, the documents, the documents, oh my gosh. In fact, there's way more than I'm looking at the numbers now. Um, this is over, whew, this is over 3,800 pages so far. So far. When I go looking for one document, it takes me about, I got 5 to 10 minutes because I'm blowing up and I'm looking for, I remember what it looks like, top of my head from the research. And it's so much is coming. Um, but yes, it's way bigger than could have imagined. Um, as Corrine says, Mr. Cunningham does not care that the property goes up for auction. He will not use that money to pay taxes when he can line his pockets as long as it's sitting in the bank. It's drawing more interest. No, the property is not going to go up for auction. If it does, I would be highly surprised. But the properties are not going to go up for auction. And the reason why it's not going to go up for auction is because the day that one property goes up for auction, the members of the House of Prayer are going to they're going to lay a duck. They're going to lay a duck. People are going to be sitting down at the
They're gonna lay a whole duck, not an egg.
right. They're going to lay a duck. They're going to be sitting down,
Oh,
and the moment they hear
oh,
that an auction was had and the House of Prayer property was auctioned off, are you going to a moment later you go, and you go, ah, ah. That's all you're going to hear. People are going to lay a duck. He's going to make sure.
don't do that no more. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness.
He's going.
Woo.
He's going to make sure
Oh Lord.
that never happens. If he doesn't, Miss Madison will do everything they can to make sure. In fact, if it goes to auction, they're going to make sure that somebody goes and get it off the auction block,
Mhm.
just so that the news does not spread that the House of Prayer lost the property to auction.
Mhm.
Right.
Right.
And so, again, I'm just sharing things so that you all understand what it looks like.
Mhm.
But if anybody should say, if I'm not worried, don't y'all worry. It shouldn't be Mr. Cunningham saying that. I'm saying, y'all don't see me worrying. Don't even worry. Don't worry.
Mhm.
It's all good. Be excited because he knows what he's doing. um, Harold says she is the house of prayer. Oh wow, talking about Miss Madison, I'm sure. um, Madonna says greed, greed. Yeah, I think that came from hearing that Miss Madison's taxes are being paid through Portal Drive. I think, but that's the way the cookie crumbles, especially when you be getting away with all this stuff for so long. B. Meverman says, yep, that sounds about right. Unfortunately, some members that have gone the last mile of the way are no longer here to talk about it. Thank you for sharing that, Golden Boy. Right? Um, absolutely. Thank you, B. Meverman. Time wasted says, hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Uh, Golden Boy says, um, I bet. Oh, you said fraud, but you said fraud. Um, I am the PRO. Says great presentation. Thank you, thank you. Um, yeah, we're working on it. Uh, saved by true grace. Many generations led astray, further away from the true gospel of Jesus Christ. Can't wait to tell my story for all the little girls whose innocence was stolen and silenced. Yes, do me a favor, saved by true grace. Uh, can you email me? I know that I haven't been on there for a few days, but email me because I would like to touch base with you. Um, those of you who have already spoken with me in regards to this type of subject, um, understand that you understand that um, as we progress, um, this is going to be a little bit more cumbersome because we don't have the numbers that we would like to have as far as assistance and help. But as soon as I can, I might have to just take a day, a whole day, to just do nothing but commit to uh, reaching out to everyone. Um, but that'll be soon enough. And I can't. I apologize that I can't share with everyone right now. But just, I'm telling you all. Um, so, with that in mind, many generations led astray further away from the truth. Uh, Please, by all means, email me um, so that we can correspond and I can kind of share some things with you to assist you in assisting others. And so, also, there was someone that I had spoken with um, a while back, and apparently I was hectic that day while we were on the phone. You may remember, out and about, and I was in and out and in and out while talking. Um, but when I got off the line with you, we spoke for maybe 2 to 3 hours while I was running errands. Um, when I got off the line with you, I simply forgot because I was dealing with bags to save your number. You should still have mine. Reach out to me. The individual that we talked about the castle, okay, um, and the 2 month old that was given away at 2 months. Please reach out to me. I've been looking for the last 2.5 weeks through my files, and it doesn't look like I saved it. But reach out to me. and I'll touch base with you at that time. So if that's all and nothing more tonight, I thank you all. For those of you who are able to spend this time with us, my conscience is eating me up because it's now 0100, 1 a.m. And I know that many of you have to get up early in the morning. So we want to thank you for your time. We thank you for listening in. We hope that this has been educational. And we also hope that you're able to take it in and be appreciative and thankful for the fact that we're no longer where we were, that we're being brought out, that things are being exposed, that light is being shed on darkness, and that individuals are already receiving spiritual help, mental help, psychological help, and soon enough, there will be other types of assistance lined up for individuals as well. Until the next time, I hope that you all have a beautifully wonderful night and hope you have a beautiful night's rest. Hope that you're all able to wake up in the morning clothed in your right mind with the use and activity of your limbs, and that you're able to enjoy a very, very pleasant morning without these things weighing too heavily on your mind. I want to thank you, Golden Boy, for hanging out also this late. Um,
My pleasure.
and if
That just so you know, that QR code is for the nonprofitready.org that I just put up on the screen there.
Mhm.
For anyone that wants to take advantage of any self-help tools or tools that are available online. That way we don't have any out-of-pocket expenses, but you're still able to get the same quality of help that you would get sitting down with a person, but just electronically. So I felt like that was fitting to kind of throw that in there, so that when they come back to the video, they can at least see that and scan it on the tail end.
it's extremely helpful, which is why we wanted to put it up for individuals to take complete advantage. Because, as he said, it's not costing a dime; it's free of charge. Have you gone on there, and if so, what have you thought about it so far?
So I've gone on and I took a look around. I did one course. I thought it was really good, but I have to go back.
Hmm.
I have to
It,
go back.
it's
Man, there's so much information that comes. I mean, sometimes it feels like your head is just spinning. You get pulled in many directions. I'm grateful though, and it's not a complaint, trust me. But so I'm gonna get to it. I'm gonna
uh,
get to it. I actually have someone that I work with in person though.
hmm,
You know.
okay.
So
Yeah.
I actually I take advantage of the VA, thankfully. So um but not everyone has that, you know what I mean? So
But it's a great tool for individuals who have time on your hands, can sit
mhm,
back at home and pull up a program. Again, that's not going to cost you anything. From 5 minutes to 20 minutes and even longer, you can go in and pull up something that's going to make a huge impact on
mhm,
your personal growth, on your bad habits, on stress, on
mhm,
sleep deprivation, almost any subject you'll find here. And they have experts in their field that put some things together for individuals to be able to tap into and use. Again, it's not going to
mhm,
cost a dime. So we'll be assembling things like this as well going forward for everybody to be able to utilize, because the only thing that we want to do is literally be of assistance to all that we can be. And that's what we're supposed to be doing anyway as a charitable nonprofit. We're not supposed to be sucking people dry and deceiving and manipulating people so that we can have a luxurious lifestyle. So, with that in mind, again, thank you for sharing that, Golden Boy, and reminding us of that link as well. Um,
absolutely. My pleasure.
well, And I will say once again, bid you all adieu. And for those of you who will see next time, we will see you next time. And for those who can't, then we ask to simply go back to the videos and try to take out as much as you possibly can. But until that next time, take care. Have a wonderful and a pleasant rest of your night. And we'll see you in the next video. Have a good one and bye bye, everybody.
Indeed, good night.